for her kindness. It's a very pleasure for me to share this table with you. And in this session, we have 6 fantastic presentations, and I want to start for the first, and the first presentation is mine. And Dr. Ahmed, if you want, you can share your screen. Is everything okay?
No, we don't see the presentation.
You can't share your screen?
Yeah.
You can't or you can? I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Okay, I will do. Do you want me?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
I depend on you. Do you want me share your presentation? Okay.
Okay, I think okay, we can start. Perfect, thank you.
Sorry.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
Nadia.
Oh. Is the sound clear?
No, we don't hear anything. I'm sorry.
Okay. I will share it again.
Can you hear me, Dr. Nadia?
Hi, Dr. Karima. Okay,
Dr.
sound.
Karima, when you are sharing, who is sharing you are sharing by yourself?
Yes.
So once you are sharing, there is one
That's okay.
Share the sound. You have to tick it.
On the
this research is a second and architecture for a new theory for use and analyzes unfinished architecture and the possible tactics to create a new architecture with repudiated architecture. The second research, Shark, Second and Architecture, A New Life for Confiscated Property project is supported by the under 40 call young researcher by my department. I want to thank my university for this research opportunity. I think that this is not a regional approach, but we can say that these repudiated architectures are part of our world because, as you know, speculative forms of construction are all over the world. We know that in the beginning of the 19th century, there was a big interest of spontaneous architecture, like the research of Mediterranean vision by Ponti, Rudowski, and Cosenza. As you know, over time, the scenario of the self-made dwelling, especially in southern Italy, described a total paradigm shift where the design space became habituated to the housing needs that demanded a home for all. This narrative of the living condition is confronted with the elements of the city, the truest and the most sincere ones, even if they are uncomfortable. What make up the space of living where the monument is no longer part of the urban narrative. The way of observing the phenomenon of the use of existing resources, understood as a social product, as well described by Michel de Certeau, has been the forerunner of an innovative system of investigation of what might appear every day, therefore imbued with habituation in the eyes of the observer, and which can then be reread as an opportunity to discover existing resources. De Certeau observes the hidden possibilities of what appears to be corrupt, that relegate to the time of disrepute and failure. The projects that follow are some of the work that were carried out during the final synthesis workshop that I held. The projects are in the area of Villa Literno, near Caserta in Italy, where there is a lot that had been structured with the intention of building low energy housing and collective space. As is often the case, unfortunately, the company that had won the contract for the work went bankrupt. And today, what remains of that project are the skeleton of the structures, unusable and the crystallized place when the site was abandoned. The aim of the research carried out during the workshop was to propose a series of solutions that differ according to the methods used to renovate the unfinished building. The project considers the framework of the building as a body on which to wrap a new life. Block A was imagined as a system of residences, and it was decided to leave the previously defined but unfinished destination. Small compositional actions were taken to entrance the existing building throughout an intersection of a light double facade that ends with a total white press folder sheet metal panel that builds a system of light holes that subtract volume from the object. The roof is composed of a set of object tray, imagined making the open air space a place of society. The design composition focused on the pre-existing structure, considering it a palimpsest to be enhanced where the pillars and beams are valuable design element. A mesh of pillars and beams is added to the main building, enveloping the structure and giving rhythm to the elevation throughout different materials and colors. The growing is stated throughout projecting elements that give momentum to the structure, while the zero height accommodates collective space. The roof, again, takes on the task of the social space that can be used by residents. Not only skeleton emphasizes the structure of the unfinished by enhancing the existing by adding expressive and functional element to the residential block. This is another case, confiscated property. Part of this research then delivered into the theme of second-hand architecture, a new life for confiscated property, which starts from different conditions, confront us with the same situation as the unfinished architecture that remain while waiting for a second chance. The research winner of the University of Campania tender involves the disciplinary scientific sector, which, throughout different points of view, analyzed the pre-existing condition of the building and their potential. The project area chosen for the research is in Italy, precisely in Campania, in the city of Villa Literno. The territory was always been known as an area with an agricultural vocation, but which, over time, it has diversified its economy mainly on the production and sale of products deriving from crops. The project area is based on the need to recompose the space, trying to give back to the community what the crime had stolen. Analyzing the aspect of the structure of the building with a productive vocation, it was highlighted that the structural elements were still intact, and that, for this reason, it was possible to act avoiding demolition and imagining a new life for the area itself that will give the territory a real second chance. In the area, there are confiscated assets of different nature, from industrial buildings such as the ex-former EPAM sugar factory, some apartments located in the main road Viale di Mille, and a series of lands currently used for agriculture. As can be clearly seen from the image, there are many areas. The ideas which are developed by the research group and during the Living Space Design Laboratory are mainly concentrated on giving a basic idea to the intervention, a vocation that will be expressed in different actions within the space of project. One of the first hypotheses concerns the enhancement of the Campania agricultural product. In particular, the project hypothesis aims to image a place that can describe the infinite variation of the possibility of treating agricultural materials, such as, for example, the production of a design product. For this reason, the area is made up of a production space for agricultural products, and inside the former sugar factory, it is imaged inserting a museum of design products deriving from food waste, and at the same time, product sales areas in situ. The museum area is imaged with the intention of setting up an interactive exhibition in which, for each of the products shown, there are a sample of the agricultural product used. By calling into question the use of each of the senses, the involvement of the observer will be much more direct. A second hypothesis is based on the use of the former sugar factory as a market area, which held the central market of Florence as a case study. The design objective is to include a catering hub and a cooking school in addition to the covered market to deliver a useful element for the community to the area. The facing agricultural areas are also in this case intended for agricultural production, which will find the conclusion of its production cycle in the former sugar factory. The third design hypothesis configures the area as a community system in which a 0 kilometer restaurant, a greenhouse, and a shop are inserted within the area of the former sugar factory. The project stems from the belief that the innovation vision of the future must always go throughout the rediscovery of the roots, history, and culture of a territory, as well as throughout everything that characterizes a place, so that anyone who lives there can recognize it as the home, the extension of one's personality. In conclusion, give a second chance means highlighting the potential of a place and trying to give a new boost to the strength of forgotten architecture. Thank you.
Perfect. And the second presentation is presented by Mariam Jalad Obaid, Professor Dr. Islam Engronaimi, and the title is Exploring My Journey's Outputs and Analyzing its Result for a New Design Approach in Architecture. Please, Dr. Ahmed, if you want, you can share the presentation.
Doctor, you can click on the time schedule and the presentation will come. You are able to do that.
I am a research and teaching assistant at University of Bahrain. I'm doing currently a PhD study in architecture. This research done through one of my courses with my professor, Dr. Islam Engronaimi. It's about exploring mid-journey's outputs and analyzing its results for a new design approach in architecture. These are the topics that are going to be covered during these presentations. Artificial intelligence is one of the new technology that changed the world. The Midjourney is one of these AI image generator tools that can convert the text to image using a machine learning algorithm. With the rapid technology, designers found themselves lost and they have no clear guidelines for their professionals. So specialists find that they need to find methods that help designers in generating your concept and idea. So the significance of this is to show the need to benefit from the Midjourney tools in architecture design and explore how it can be used effectively. The hypothesis is that the mid-journey as a design can improve the design process and enrich the design experience that will benefit many fields such as architecture. The aim of this research is to explore the use of AI and mid-journey tools in architecture and interior design and discover its impact on such fields. These are the questions that are going to be covered in this research. The methods that use in this research is a qualitative research method through literature review, questionnaire, and interview, and we will see the results of these methods in the coming slides. So, to introduce the Midjourney, Midjourney is an AI application that uses human input text to generate images through a learning algorithm database. This tool can help users from different fields enhance creativity and convert their imagination to visual pictures, especially in design industries such as architecture and interior design. How does this tools work? Midjourney is run via Discord bots, and you should have an account to sign in to this tools, and then you can work with these tools. You will see the interface of that tool have a space to writing a comment. So you need to write your the prompt that you want to see here below, and you will see that the shared image for different users will appear on the same interface. As an example, here we write a small house, we get the 4 variation of what we write with a simple view. But when we write more details about what we have, we'll get more details in the pictures. Then with the 4 variation, we can either upscale one of these variations to see the picture in a bigger scale and to save it, download it, and use it for personal use, or we can make variations, more variation from one of these images by selecting LV with the number of the images that we want. Exploring Midjourney outputs. Dennis explored the outputs he gets from Midjourney based on the inputs he gets. He tried to compare simple things like a circle and comparing the human hand drawing of a circle with the prompt a circle in the Midjourney tools, and he gets different results. He explored this with different prompts as he add a word of materials or moods, medians, environment, and other things that to see what kind of result he gets. Midjourney also can read the ratio of images, so you can get different sizes of image based on a ratio, and you can type this as numbers of ratios to use it for posters, phone, desktop, wallpapers, and other needs. Exploring Midjourney output with the architecture use, we can see that some of the architecture projects influenced by different well-known architects. So exploring that in Midjourney, we can see different results for that's related to those well-known architects. For example, Frank Lloyd Wright, and can see the prompts under each images and what's the kind of result they give. Zaha Hadid works also as an art museum by Zaha Hadid with glass facade, natural light, and so on. Here are also more results for more architects like Le Corbusier, Norman Foster, Frank Gehry, and Santiago. Also, the more interesting thing that you can combine these more than one of these architects to get a result that showing how the work of these architects work together in one design. So they tried Frank Lloyd Wright with Zaha Hadid and Frank Gehry and get this amazing and great results. Architects and architecture firms start using Midjourney and other AI tools to quickly create and modify design ideas for their clients. So what do the experts say about the AI architecture in architecture and design. Diego Castro is a managing director of the architecture rendering studios Monomo. He compared Midjourney with Dale, but he preferred using Midjourney because of its simplicity in use, and it gave better results. Shahavi Mehta, an architectural assistant at Zaha Hadid Architects, she informed that Zaha Hadid Architect experiments with both Midjourney and DALL-E tools, and they give different results that shows the influence of Zaha Hadid images that are available in the database, so that helped them to represent the framework. Hassan Rajab is another different view, has different view. He notes that Midjourney tools has a lack of diversity in cultural representation, especially when it's worked with non-Western styles such as Egyptian style. Many other users are trying in Midjourney and exploring its output with architecture field. And here we can see some examples of these accounts or users that are using in Midjourney in different ways. Hassan Rajab is one of them, as we mentioned before. He's an Egyptian interdisciplinary designer with an architect and computational design background who is highly interested in visual art. He has a lot of amazing outputs from Midjourney in his account and channels, and these are some examples of his work with different prompts like tsunami, city in a tram, Art Nouveau building, and many others results also available. So here are what Hassan Rajab said about Midjourney and give us advice on how to control the output of this tools. Also, part of this research was a questionnaire and interview where it was found that around 20% of the participants are not aware of the Midjourney. So we need to introduce this tools to the users, architects, designers to get more benefit from it. And most of these participants find that these tools can generate inspiration, generate concept, or give inspiration for a new design and ideas. Here are also some results from these studies give us some benefits and drawbacks of using the Midjourney. Midjourney can help architects and designers in their projects because of the great quality image we get from it. It increases creativity and improves design quality, and also by using these tools, it can be cost effective as less time and limited resources are required to create high quality design. So what is the future of this AI tools? Some users found that these tools may improve and apply more precise and clear outputs, and also it may replace the manual 3D modeling, and you, as you can imagine, that the AI generated may result in 3 dimensions, and you can edit it as you wish. As a conclusion, you can see that the AI world is improving rapidly and affects many disciplines like architecture. AI tools will make a big shift in the world of architecture design and design process, and it will have a significant impact in 2 areas, academically and professionally. However, architect design and designers should be careful about the over extreme imagination. Thank you for listening, and we will be happy to hear your questions.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And now we have the third presentation. The title is Building Assessment Tool to Create Islamic Geometry Patterns Application in Contemporary Design. And the presenters are Dr. Karima Mohamed Al-Shomeli, Dr. Nadia Ahmed, Dr. Imam Ibrahim, and Roa Harb. Thank you.
Everyone, it's a great pleasure to join you in the 6th International Conference of Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism with a research paper titled Building Assessment Tool for Contemporary Art and Architecture Inspired by Islamic Geometric Patterns. It was a collaborative work with my colleagues, Dr. Karima Shumali from the College of Fine Arts and Design, University of Sharjah, Dr. Nadia Ahmed from the Bari Higher Institute of Engineering and Technology, Cairo, Egypt, and Ru'a Harib from the College of Engineering, University of Sharjah, and myself, Dr. Iman Ibrahim from the College of Fine Arts and Design, University of Sharjah. Well, the Islamic geometric patterns, we refer to IGPs, are very important in these designs that were inspired by the traditional Islamic geometric pattern, where social sustainability has grown in recent decades, driving modern art and architecture projects to preserve Islamic history. This research discussed the IGP's definition and current applications and their technological evolution. Thus, the research aims to create a sustainable evaluating tool for the Islamic geometric patterns applications in the art and design. The study examines as well globally known art and architecture projects that have used the IGPs over the previous decades using a qualitative method and case study design. The analysis provides a clear guidelines for designers and artists using the IGPs in modern applications, which seeks to innovate and sustain the Islamic geometric pattern use. Well, in the introduction, we must highlight that the Islamic art and architecture are diverse. The faith, essential principles, and theoretical concepts were conveyed in diverse ways, implying the deeper significance. The Islamic geometric patterns, the IGPs, displayed these ideas on Islamic architecture. Many Islamic monuments have the IGPs, but their intellectual and profound meaning has not been examined enough. Modern art and architecture utilize IGPs in diverse ways, but within different patterns, within different techniques, especially with the use of the technology. Some abstract while others follow mathematical progression of ancient Islamic geometric patterns, and the AI and technology has caused multiple IGPs improvements. The dilemma is whether present implementations preserve the Islamic traditional geometric patterns or they are unintentionally undermine it. This is the analytical part of the research, and before starting the explanation for the case studies, we need to mention that the criteria of selection were based on the last 10 years for international, local and international case studies. We were looking for very reputed art and architecture cases. We explained in the paper about 4 from art and 4 from architecture, and we are going to showcase here 2 from art and 2 from architecture. Well, the first one from art, Groundless, for the artist Sarah Ahmed 2015. And the criteria of selection here based on the literature review, based on the Islamic geometric principles, abstraction, fragmental, aesthetic values, symbolism, and the use of technology. So we'll start with the Islamic geometric principle application, and it was successfully applied here in the installation using the Islamic geometric patterns, the Islamic star, engineering geometry star with 6, 8, and 12, 12 and 15 pointed star forms to create symmetric and non-symmetric patterns to match her art statement. 8 and 16 pointed stars came from 4-fold systems A and B, while 6 and 12 pointed stars came from regular polygons. Systematic patterns relate these 4 types. 15 pointed stars are non-symmetric isometric designs with multiple local symmetry. For the abstraction, fragmental, or continuation in here, it was clearly abstracted artwork as shown in the fragmented different layers of the installation. However, the Islamic geometric patterns here used to converse the proportions of traditional Islamic geometric pattern. To continue with groundless, regarding the aesthetic values, we stressed or highlighted three values. The principle of unity, where the set shows the shapes as if they make up one image that has been fragmented at some points. Unity in multiplicity, the different materials she used to make up one cohesion sense united by the Islamic geometric patterns was really clear and obvious. Principles of the eternity, the fragmental nature of the scene evokes the sense of continuity as well. For the spiritual values or the philosophical approach, the patterns are plastered over several surfaces as if they were different layers, including the wall and the ceiling as well, which evokes a sense of eternity. The Islamic geometric patterns that rely on the star shape as primary shape, they are some of the most complex patterns to be used within artwork, which calls for one to wonder and truly think about the complexity of the universe and the greatness of the creator. Lastly, the artificial intelligence or the technology use. The used Islamic geometric patterns here were first modeled on a software program as fragmental shapes and then cut afterward with CNC machines, making the design more intentional and purposeful. As for the sunset sense, the MDF boards, wooden boards, were traced over using a collage of skies, then laser cut into the desired shapes that was used in this artwork. For the architecture applications, we will start with Sheikh Gabriel Ahmed Culture Center in Kuwait by SSH International Architect 2016. To start with the creativity criteria, the Islamic geometry principles. First, the patterns here consists of octagons and 8-pointed stars, which developed from the squares as centralized shapes. The pattern is considered a non-symmetric pattern based on the isometric design with a single region of local symmetry. For the abstraction or continuity, abstraction here is explicit and conserves the proportion of the traditional Islamic geometric patterns, and the patterns are used continuously as an outer skin for the whole project buildings. For the aesthetic values, it was clear two principles, the unity and rhythm. Application of the Islamic geometric patterns follows modules up of one unit, which is the octagon, repeated for an infinite number of times, and this module is based on the circle of unity. The rhythm application, where the IGPs showcase the equilibrium in their cohesive structured configuration that was consisting of regular rigid shapes balanced as everything in the universe is. Moving to the spiritual values and the philosophical approach, the building of the Gabriel Ahmed Culture Center's design goal is to produce a project that it's profoundly connected to Kuwait's culture and history, while also being visually appealing. The link between the seashell and the pearl, which is tied to the ancient Kuwaiti pearl digging and trade, inspired the notion of solids and voids of the geometry patterns as a skin for the entire building. The Islamic geometry patterns were used to meet the culture needs for privacy as well, acting as mashrabiyya, landscape, and shadows. For the artificial intelligence and using technology, This project employs the state-of-the-art technologies and software systems for executing the Islamic geometric patterns, which were utilized as an envelope covering independent concrete structure underneath. They consist of a primary steel grid, which is wrapped in weather-tight envelope with glazed penetration supported by secondary steel deck and insulation. The external surface is then protected with a series of titanium panels and the interior with stainless steel panels in a series of repetitive patterns. Finally, the functionality and how to foster sustainability. The IGPs are used on the exterior to do a similar function to the mashrabiyah screen, the traditional mashrabiyah that was used for privacy. The size of the geometric opening decreased towards the top to enable cool day lighting into the holes while reducing direct sunlight. The multiplicity of openings also produced shadow patterns in the interior space, and that was a great advantage. That emphasized the culture and place identity, which reflects the social sustainability dimension. Well, finally, in conclusion, the Islamic geometric patterns, the IGPs, are a major design element in the Islamic culture. Modern art and architecture are preserving Islamic history due to the social sustainability. Sometimes it involves environmental sustainability as well. And this study examined the current IGP's definitions, deputes the AI's and use of technology impact in this subject. Qualitative case study techniques was used to analyze worldwide art and architecture applications that have successfully integrated the IGPs during the past 10 years. These events have led to an assessment scale that designers and artists are encouraged to use when integrating the IGPs into modern applications. The size guides the development of Islamic geometric patterns in art and architecture, emphasizing sustainability. As this research employed a qualitative approach, and we wish that will make a difference with the use of designers and artists once they are using the Islamic geometric pattern. Thank you so much, and we wish that this transformative potential of Islamic geometric pattern within the domain of the contemporary art and architecture will make a significant effect within the future design. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you. After we have the time for discuss the next.
Sorry for interruption. Just I made Dr. Nadia as a host to be able to share. So she has to return me back the host ability in the end of this session. Can you, Dr. Nadia?
Okay, doctor, okay.
Okay, thank you.
I will make the,
Thank
yes,
you.
okay.
Okay, here we go. The next presentation is manufacturing process of complex shapes and structures using 3D printing and augmented reality. The authors are Tobias Sanke, Jan Yoshio Kawasaki, and Professor Dr. Gregor Grunwald. Thank you. Dr. Ahmed, we can't hear anything. Dr. Ahmed, we can't hear the presentation. Sorry.
Welcome to our presentation on the topic
perfect. Thank you.
Processes of complex shapes and structures using 3D printing and augmented reality. We welcome to join us. The leading persons behind this paper are Professor Dr. Grunwald, Professor of Design and Construction at the Department of Architecture at the Alanya University of Applied Science Oldenburg, and my colleague next to me, Jan Yoshio Kawasaki, and I, Tobias Hanke. We are both research assistants at the Department of Architecture, and all three of us are working on the same project. In the research project Aufladen, funded by the Foundation Innovation in University Teaching, we are developing a digital teaching portal with about 20 students. Aufladen is a knowledge filling station where students have the opportunity to test and expand their knowledge in the context of digital transformation through practical, playful application in the form of learning videos, tasks, and click tutorials and quizzes. Augmented reality represents one strand of this project. Based on our research project, we were able to create the option to design a course program at the Alanya University of Applied Science Oldenburg, where students from the Department of Architecture and Urban Design have the option to investigate building in the combination with augmented reality and the feasibility behind it. The graphics here shows the students' designs that emerged to this process. Experimenting with Rhino and Grasshopper and the digital capabilities that come with it, tested the workflow for building with AR, which brings us to the next point of the presentation. In the following slides, we explain the design and fabrication process of parametric structure. Step 1 here describes the design.
First of all, an overview of the entire process is roughly summarized. Using Rhino and Grasshopper, parametric structures are designed and studied in advance. These structures are then projected at one-to-one scale using hologram software via AI glasses. The projections in the glasses are created specifically with Grasshopper and come directly from the design structure. These are customized so that we can perform the manufacturing process using only the AR glasses and the necessary tools of the trade. To be seen in this slide is the first part of the script, which shows the parametric tower. In this part of the script, only the geometry of the tower is generated and the basic quantities are determined. Here we have information such as the necessary material dimensions and their quantities. The script is translated by Rhino and creates the geometry of the tower from the code. The shape of the resulting tower can be changed and adjusted as desired by adding parameters. This makes it possible to decide at any time in the design process what the tower should look like in the end. For an initial evaluation on the physical model, the design of the tower was printed out on a smaller scale using the 3D printer. In addition, the tower was visualized in a fictitious environment for a better idea. In the second step, our structure was transferred through the AR glasses using hologram. In this process, the geometry generated in Grasshopper is transmitted live to the glasses using the hologram plugin. The right image shows the user's view through the glasses. In the video, we see the projection of the glasses. There we also have the possibility to manipulate the parameters created in Grasshopper. The changes are synchronized in real time with the PC and vice versa. This enables us to control the design process at the construction site with the building in front of our eyes. Step 3 shows the adjustment on the script that we made to produce it in reality. The part of this script shows the function of automatic layer generation. This places each layer of the tower on a layer of the software, which can be shown and hidden in the building process. This function helps us to project only the current layer of the tower to be built and to ensure the most precise manufacturing. We explain this section of the script in detail as an example. The geometry of the entire tower is broken down into its individual parts using this deconstruct breadth function. From this, we then pick up all the surfaces of the tower using the faces output. With list item, the individual surfaces can then be selected via an index. The index determines which of the 6 surfaces of each cuboid will be selected. In this case, the top and bottom edges are important to us. If we change the index, we get the other faces of the components. Next, we split the faces again and merge them as a line. This gives us a set of polylines. Here the current output of the previous script is shown, and we can check if there's an error so far. Each pair of line is assigned to a numbered layer above it in the last step, and the visibility of each layer can be controlled. So in summary, the script in Grasshopper for making the one-to-one scale is composed as follows. In the first step, we created the geometry. This was followed by the layer creation, then the splitting of all components and the numbering of these. In the next step, the divided parts were all lined up on an insertion point to be able to project them later on the workbench. The last 2 steps show the calculation of all intersections of the components and their centers for the drill holes, as well as on which side they are located. Finally, all relevant information was marked with colors in the projection. In this case, the majority of the script contains the manufacturing requirements, and the minority of the script the pure design. The last step shows the construction of the tower on a scale of 1:1. The photos show the work in the workshop. The individual work pieces were cut to their correct length, numbered and pre-drilled with the help of the AR glasses. The following video shows the projection with information about the length and the position of the drill holes. Due to the recording with the monitor, the image appears slightly offset, but for the user of the glasses, it is precise. The parts can then be placed correctly on the floor using AR to be connected together. The video in the next slide shows this process in a time-lapse video.
بامبرز بريميوم كير بقى دلوقتي اكسترا كير مع لوشن بالالوفيرا، مفيش راحة اكسترا من كده.
L'enlèvement de ce jeune influenceur.
Tu vas me laisser aller seul sauver la vie de mon petit frère?
Next, we would like to mention how the further use of the design and manufacturing process would continue. Since parallel to building with AR, the design process with AI has been investigated in the course of the research project, and this gives us the option to connect both subtopics. Together with our team and students from the department, we had the opportunity to present the results of both courses at the University Future Festival. 3 days around the future of higher education. The festival, UFF, took place in presence as well as in digital space. In the so-called experience space, we had an exhibition space in Berlin. We also provided the real exhibition space in the form of a digital tour for the online visitors of the festival in the creative space. In our exhibition, we combined virtual reality, augmented reality, and reality, and used the tower as a symbol to unite the 3-dimensional themes. Also found in this exhibition were the students' results around the theme from AI in relation to architecture. The students investigated the design process in architecture in parallel with the theme of augmented reality. The results of both courses can be viewed in more detail in the digital exhibition space. You can scan the code here with your smartphone or tablet. Our findings in the question submitted with the abstract: where are the limits for 3D printed shapes and the limits of implementation using AR? We have taken us further to the question of how designing with AR can be combined with AI and follow the process to be optimized or simplified. From the exploration of the question, a new question has thus developed: what are possibilities and limits of AI-assisted design and manufacturing processes in architecture. And this will be the end of our presentation. We'd like to thank you and goodbye.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. And now we have John Ayubabassa with Professor Zubairu, Professor Olagunyu, Dr. Akande with their research, comparative study of indoor environmental performance of church buildings in Northeast Nigeria. Thank you.
My name is Ayuba John Bassa. I am presenting a paper on comparative study of indoor environmental performance of church buildings in Northeast Nigeria. In Nigeria today, Christianity has experienced upsurge of churches in large cities. As a result, there is an increased demand for church buildings to the extent that Nigeria now has the highest number of churches per capita in the world. The seating capacity of most recently approved built churches in Nigeria ranges from 2,000 to 550,000 worshippers at once. As well as it may be, the concern of this paper is the quality of indoor environmental performance of the church buildings regarding the comfort and the well-being of worshippers. For in a high-performing church indoor environment, health is preserved, comfort is achieved, and worship flows. On the other hand, discomfort and adverse health impact, such as sick building syndrome, building-related illness, environmental sensitivity, low productivity, and absenteeism occur. The US EPA reports that indoor air pollutants causes 32,000 cancer cases annually in USA, 50% of all diseases, and 90% of cold and flus, especially in park gatherings. This paper considers church as a park gatherings. RICS also claim that receptors and carriers meet 80% to 90% of the time indoor. To verify the existence of these indices in churches, Monica and Flori Emilian discovered them in some Poland churches and Katatuo Monastery. According to Lilitaria, these indoor parameters are also inadequate in Nigerian churches and are concerns of this paper. This paper aims to comparatively investigate church buildings' indoor environmental performance with a view to developing design guidelines to improve the environmental performance of churches in Northeast Nigeria. The objectives are to determine the indoor environmental indices that affect the performance of church buildings in Northeast Nigeria, to ascertain the user's perception of the indoor environmental performance of church building in Northeast Nigeria. Research question that this paper hope to answer is, how do the indoor environmental conditions of different church buildings in Northeast Nigeria compare? This paper has examined some recently written articles on Nigeria church architecture and discovered that they do not pay much attention to the indoor environmental performance of churches. This has created gaps. The gaps are lack of awareness of the current performance of churches' indoor environmental indices in Nigeria. No well-established modeling framework captures the current performance of churches' indoor indices in Nigeria. An examination into the indoor environmental performance of Nigeria churches is just starting. In light of these considerations, the focus of this research is on the indoor environmental performance of church buildings in Northeast Nigeria for the comfort and well-being of worshippers. The scope, temperature, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, humidity, particulate matters, formaldehyde, total volatile organic compound, radon, noise, light, odor, dew point, ventilation, and dampness. The materials Effects of parameters on comfort and health of worshippers. Particulate matters. What is particulate matters? They are dust, dirt, harmattan, and smoke. How do they affect the comfort of worshipper? By sneezing, eye, nose, and throat irritation. How do they affect the health of worshippers? Cough, lung disease, irregular heartbeat. Temperature is the degree of hotness or coldness in air. The discomfort it causes when it is high, sweating. When it is low, it causes freezing. How does it affect the health of worshippers? Heart cramps and exhaustion. Noise is sound intensity. It interferes with concentration during church service, and it causes noise-induced hearing loss, heart disease, stress, both physical and psychological. Ventilation, methodology. The research method is comparative. Philosophical assumption is pragmatic. The research approach is equal status-based method. The research design is experimental design using triangulation. The population of study is the 5 Christian Association of Nigeria CAN blocks. The sampling method is purposive. The sample size are 10 churches from 3 states of Northeast Nigeria: Borno, Adamawa, and Taraba. This is the research area. These are the indoor environmental quality meters used for the measurements. This is the permissible exposure limits of research parameters, the data analysis and discussions of result. Objective 1, to determine the indoor comfort indices that affects the performance of church buildings. The A1 in church Maiduguri. These are the parameters during the dry season. The readings is the result of rainy season, and LCCN EOLA, dry season and rainy season. The next objective is ascertain the user's perception of the indoor environmental performance of church buildings in Northeast Nigeria. The summary of qualitative results says that dry air, hot weather, dry weather, speaker volume are the highest that are negatively impacting on the worshippers in Northeast Nigeria. Objective 3, compare the existing indoor environmental performance between churches and internationally established standard and guidelines. Yeah, it has been compared with the standard. The results are high performance 50%, medium performance 7%, low performance got 43%. The results were ranked, and the highest negatively impactful on worshippers are the hot temperature, carbon dioxide, lighting, and ventilation, while the best is the dampness. There is no church that has dampness. While you can see the location of the discomfort, the start of the discomfort, the period of discomfort, the season of discomfort, when discomfort is worse. What is the period of recovery? The highest is 0 to 30 minutes. The worshippers recover themselves when they are out of the worship place. Objective 4, develop additional design guidelines for an improved indoor environmental performance. In developing it, we have to take care of temperature, carbon dioxide, relative humidity, by creating wall, thermal, and water insulation, roof thermal insulation, and then running veranda, sheltering arcades. Neem trees are the best for that area to reduce the heat, and then Bermuda grass. Also, natural daylighting and ventilation is needed. Energy efficient window glass should be used. High level projected windows or combined ventilation system. Have indoor humidifier during the dry season when harmattan was high, and ventilation louvers is also recommended. And sound intensity, to reduce it, all speakers have to be hung up and sound limiters needs to be fixed to protect the worshippers from radon sealing. All radon pathways needs to be done. And then to curb the carbon monoxide, the placement of the power plant generator needs to be done properly. For dampness, or seal, the water seal needs to be used on roof and foundation. These paper findings demonstrate a need for high-performing indoor environmental churches in Northeast Nigeria. Recommendations, their implementations, contribution to knowledge. This paper has established 6 parameters that are low performing, 1 parameter that is medium performing, while 7 parameters that are highly performing. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, now we have the last presentation, but we don't have the link. And for this reason, I ask if in this session there are PhD student Nadred Afzol, assistant professor, Dr. Ozafak Aikai. I don't know if you are here. I think no. Okay, we have more time for the discussion. Thanks all of you for your interesting research. And do you have any question about this table?
Hi, Dr. Concetta.
Hi.
I will firstly thank all participants about their valuable presentations. It really it contributes to enhance our knowledge, and personally, it inspired me greatly. Thank you for all and for your participation.
Thank you very much. I agree. I agree.
It's nice to meet you all. It's a pleasure for me.
Yeah, and any questions about this session? Dr. Ahmed, if for you it's okay, I can add only 2 words about this session, and after, if you want, you can share your idea. I think that we, in this section, we have many kind of legacy. For example, in my presentation, we can see the legacy of the concrete structure, and we know that this is a big problem for our society because concrete structures are all over the world. And in my research, I try to understand the protection solution, and this is a kind of legacy, I think. And for example, we have the new legacy with AI and with the artificial intelligence, and this is a great tools for the architect. But I don't know. I mean, which is the border of this, which is what can happen in our world, in the architect engineering world with these tools. This is a question. I don't know if someone can reply. And the new legacy, we can find new legacy with IGP, and it's a very interesting point of view because the legacy, the culture is important in every part of the world. And for this reason, I think this kind of research focus this point. And the new legacy about augmented reality, because I think we have the possibility to leave the structure before they are built. and what kind of consequence, positive consequence could have in our world. And at the least, for example, for the church in the northeast Nigeria, I asked to me, what have you done in the past? We don't know the real condition of the site. This is the problem in many projects, and for this reason, I think that every single presentation talk about a kind of legacy. I don't know if you are agree, Dr. Ahmed.
Yeah, I think that we have in this session, in our session, a very rich topics. Every presentation introduced us a very precious knowledge, particularly with the artificial intelligence and the augmented reality. I think this advanced technology play a crucial and transformative role in shaping our architecture today, our built environment. So would you ask, in your opinions, what the main challenge architects can face when they applying this tool, when using this tool? Do you think the main challenge is in using the specific words or what called prompt to change or to get creative output, or is there anything challenge do in your opinions? I ask generally. I think architect Mariam can answer. Architect Mariam, do you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, thank you for your beautiful presentation, your amazing presentation.
Thank you all. I really enjoyed every presentation here in this session, especially in this session. Yeah, it was very interesting to hear from different point of view and different topics. Yes, there is. I think there is a challenge here in the AI tools. It's kind of encourage the creativity of a human. It's making people to think more about the idea, what they want to see from a different point of view. So like combining different architect word or combining different style also, it can be done. So this, and it also give you an amazing outcomes that you never expected. Sometimes didn't expect what you will get, but when you type something and try to be also creative in typing the word, it will give you an amazing result. I didn't try the tools itself. It was before free of charge, but now they changed that with the payment. But I think that I'm going to explore it more by subscribe with the tool and discover what it can be give us from our point of view. This views was from different users or architects that they use that tool.
Yes,
so they get this amazing results from it.
Actually, they did. Thank you, Dr. Mariam, Architect Mariam. Thank you. Thank you for.
I see Dr. Salar.
Yes. Hi.
I see your.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to participate with you in this wonderful session and discussion, and I want to ask the John comparative study of indoor environment. Is he still with us?
I don't know. I can check. Sorry.
Ayuba, John Ayuba.
No, is it?
Anyways,
Sorry.
no problem. I could ask him something. About the AI, it is the debate of the time of the era.
Yes.
You know, I want to ask not only to Mariam, to ourselves. What is the ethical dimension in AI design? This is one actually the worrisome for our future. How we can evaluate the design in ethical way if we are going to combine Frank Lloyd Wright work with Zaha Hadid, because you know every design, it is a story. You know, it started from the deep inside, and then interact with the surrounding environment, with the identity, with the culture, with all these things to reach the architectural design, let us say. So if we are going to easily, with algorithmic way, to change the shapes and create different shapes, is this the aim of the architecture? I just wonder. I don't know. I am just raising the question, and I will be happy to have an answers.
If I can, I want to say one thing. I agree with you, because the problem is the method, because I think with AI, we don't have limits now, but which is our work, is to create wonderful images, or to create a kind of architecture that represent our legacy in the future. And for this reason, I love AI. I think it's a wonderful tool, but I'm afraid for the architecture, because we can have the control. Every kind of a person can use this tool, not only architects, and this is an ethical problem, because the architecture is not only a wonderful image, but is a mix of our story, our identity, our culture, and again, our legacy. And for this reason, it's very interesting summarize this kind of topic in this section, because you can see the old architecture, the concrete structure, the history, and the new kind of architecture. But I don't know, are this kind of approach new or dangerous? It's a provocative position, of course.
Yes, I agree to be new, and I agree somehow to be dangerous, because when we don't know much enough about something, we start to afraid from. But I think we need some regulation for the coming stage to manage these things, actually, in order to don't lose the borders, you know.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I add something here? Yeah.
And
interesting. Can I add something?
Yes, yes, of course.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. Yeah, we see the things developed more and more, and we try to use the new things, but sometimes we didn't think about this kind of perspective or the ethical way of it. Are we allowed to use that? Because this type of tools, it's kind of picking things from the data set inside or from the people work. So it's kind of stealing people work and put it together in a new way. But still, I think there is 2 points of perspective here. Sometimes may see that
this is not ethical way of using the tool and by using other works and just like inspired from their work to create a new design, but it's not your design. Actually, there's no identity of your design applied here. But on the other hand, I think some people think, no, this is a new technology and we have to use it in that way, or there's no problem of use it in this way. It just give us the what what we think about in our mind, and give us the result in easier way, and instead of creating this from scratch or create a 3D view of what we have in our mind. So I think there is 2-point perspective here. We may think about each point of view and think more about it, and is it an ethical way to do it or not? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we must leave the session, Dr. Salah, and the stage, I think, is...
Yes, we have until, actually, we have the time for 5:25. We have another 7 minutes.
Ah, okay, it's fantastic.
So we are free for 7 minutes. You can open the floor for the discussion. That's fine.
Yes, for me it's okay, but I don't know. I don't see the power of discussion in this session.
Okay, if we don't have any discussion, we can end the session, and because after this session, Dr. Francisco Del Sole will be in charge of coming session. Is he with us now? Yeah.
I see him.
Yes, I am here.
Hello, Francisco.
Hi.
Hello.
Bye. Good afternoon to everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon. So you will be taking over the rest of the time until 6:40. Good
the
luck.
rest of the day. Yeah.
No, yes, rest of the day, exactly. We will see. Thank you, Dr. Concetta, for your wonderful management. Wish you the best, and wish all the audience
Thank you.
Good time.
Dr. Sam, and I want to thank Dr. Ahmed. Thank you very much for your kindness, and I will thank all of the authors in this section. Thank you, and good luck, Francisco.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Francisco, we can stay as we are, and I will make you the host.
Okay.
To be able to share the things, and the recording is continue, so we don't have any problem in this. So
we
just
have to wait just 5 minutes.
Yes, you can prepare yourself. You check the things in case, and then we will start. Just I will make
in 5 minutes. Okay.
Yes. Make host. I am making you host. In the end, you retrieve the host possibility to me. So you are the host now. You can
share my
share
screen.
the things. Yes, everything. So good luck for your task.
Okay, I will start in 5 minutes.
Yes. At least the people will come in the time. Okay.
See you later.
See you.
So, good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the 6th session of the International Conference of Contemporary Architecture and Urbanism. I am Francesco Del Sole, Assistant Professor in History of Architecture at the Department of Cultural Heritage of the University of Salento, Lecce, Italy. The session will last 1 hour, maybe, and the presentation will be reproduced, as you know, from the pre-recordings that each of us has made. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the organizers of this wonderful conference, which every year appears to be more and more an opportunity for dialogue and discussion between numerous scholars from all over the world, and an opportunity to deepen our understanding of particular aspects of architecture and related disciplines. In fact, the theme of this session is design philosophy, a very fascinating aspect that in this session will be treated by referring to the aesthetics of the works of great architectural of the contemporary age, with the analysis of case studies and particular context. Finally, I would like to introduce Professor Dilek Yazar, who will be my co-chair in this session. After receiving a master's degree from the Department of Architecture at Beykent University in 2017, and a PhD degree from the same university in 2021, she has been an instructor and coordinator of the interior architecture project courses at Istanbul Aydin University since 2016. Her research interests include interior design, architectural design, ecology, sustainability, and energy in architecture and design, green buildings, and environments. Thank you for your collaboration, Professor Yazar. So please note down your curiosity and questions about the presentations you will see and present them to all of us at the roundtable scheduled at the end of the session. I hope all the authors involved will be online. The first presentation is mine and is entitled Neo-Baroque Flowers in Contemporary Architecture, Hints for a New Aesthetic. So I have to share . Are you seeing the presentation? Very often, Neo-Baroque is described as a current of taste in society between the 19th and 20th centuries that falsifies Baroque forms while waiting to find its own esprit nouveau. Gillo Dorfles, in an essay published in 1951, was one of the first to find analogies and derivations of the Baroque age in contemporary architecture, not only on a formal level, but above all on a spiritual one. These intuitions have been accompanied over the years by a rehabilitation of the historical value of Baroque architecture. The moment we realize that chaos is not only the prerogative of infinite space, but also of the inner universe of each of us, the Neo-Baroque is born. It's an aesthetic wave in artistic, literary, philosophical, and mass media production with a behavior oriented towards fragmentariness, instability, and the fascination of complexity. What I intend to propose here is an attempt to investigate the chaotic complexity of the phenomenon by providing not an overall image, but a particular point of view that is capable of producing connecting signs between the Baroque era and today's world. In architecture, the use of metaphor is the fil rouge that allows us to understand how Baroque form has been transformed into a neo-Baroque formula, which has produced today those same fantastic fabrications that in 17th century treatises are called flowers. The flower is the metaphor chosen by the literati to represent the Baroque era in its entirety. This is not just a linguistic game, considering that there was a real fashion that involved the whole of 17th century society. Stimulated by the invasion of exotic plants from America and the Orient, the European world proposed the flower garden as a new type of exhibition typology, supported by specialist literature. The flower thus becomes the epicenter and pretext for innumerable linguistic artifices. From botanists to scientific illustrators, all the arts feed on this metaphor. Architects of the caliber of Cosimo Fanzago and Giuseppe Zimbalo display all their originality in the decorative fluorescence of their architectural works, visually translating the Counter-Reformation doctrine permeated with botanical symbols and floral references in the orations and in the sermons. It can certainly be said that the Baroque man, both in the sacred and in the profane spheres, identifies himself with a peregrine flower. If the Baroque intellectual celebrated the beauty of the flower, the neo-Baroque architect understands that, before seeing a flower blossom, a copious fluid of labor is required. It may well be said that the season of intense flowering began precisely in 1980, when Paolo Portoghesi inaugurated the Strada Novissima from which to start again. It is not possible to understand Portuguese architecture if one does not perceive the weight he attaches to the Baroque tradition that is a constant presence in his project. Just think of the recurring motif in Borromini's masterpiece, The Church of Sant'Ivo alla Sapienza in Rome. Everything revolves around star symbolism, from the plan to the dome to the ornamentation. In Portughese's research, in Sant'Ivo, the star dome is compared to a Germanic iris due to the compositional affinity of the forms. Over time, the star motif became recurrent in the architect works, until it was masterfully repeated, for example, in the Church of St. Cornelius and Cyprian in Calcutta. If the beauty of lotus flowers immersed in water inspired the winning design of an international competition for a new jetty of the Phrygian waterfront, the German iris inspired the design for a car park along Rome's Eastern Ring Road. The design for a mega store, on the other hand, is a gerbera with enormous petals, while there is no shortage of studies on the theme of the rose, understood as a turbine of petals. The breathing tower in Shanghai calls about the dualism of life in a living but still immature bud. The upward-facing, not yet blossomed lily of an office tower in Treviso belongs to the same category. The compositional research of Portoghesi is nourished by folds of matter that internalize the Baroque lesson and reflect the secret that Gilles Deleuze discovered in the same years, that of the folds of the soul. The philosopher affirms that there seems to be a long Baroque line that passes through the fold, bringing together architects, painters, musicians, poets. If the Baroque, in the words of Deleuze, continually produces folds by inventing the infinite operation of stretching, distending, the neo-Baroque architect does not have to ask himself the problem of how to finish the fold, but how to take it to infinity. Frank Gehry is one of those protagonists who internalize postmodern teaching of Paolo Portoghesi. The Louis Vuitton Foundation in Paris in 2014 was described as a cathedral of light, as a fish, a cloud, a sailboat, or simply a snow white flower blossoming in the park. Gehry was enthusiastic about the multitude of suggestions, stating that the aim was to create an architecture that would internalize all kinds of metaphors of ephemerality and fluidity. The same chromatic dynamic resonates in the Martha Museum in Erfurt, East Westphalia, Germany. The undulating dynamic of the external forms is much more than a compositional choice. We are faced with a neo-Baroque ligament that expresses concern for the environment, a founding characteristic of the museum, also expressed in the acronym MARTA, through the undulating roof landscape that reflects the adjacent course of the river AA. The same curves which, taken individually, are the rivulets of water of the river, joined together by compositional links, represent the petals of an enormous shining flower, visible in the landscape, thanks to the stainless steel, the material of which the roof of the entire building is made. The Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, on the other hand, is the most striking example demonstrating Gehry's ability to make a real urban node bloom. The visitor arrives at the building from the main road running through Bilbao, only to lose himself in its titanium-covered structure with no flat surfaces. It is precisely a flower that the visitor sees when, inside the large atrium, he turns his gaze upwards. The same neo-Baroque flower that is realized when looking down from above, fold after fold, thanks to the twisting of the facades, one on top of the other. Observing other works by Gehry, it is possible to think that, after all, Bruno Taut's utopia is not so unrealizable, and that architecture can flourish in a natural way. Gehry's flowers leads the visitor to interface with his own nodes, passing through a hostile, decomposed, and closed environment. It is only by looking at the building from above and from afar that one perceives instead that the architect has made a piece of the city flourish. The metaphor of the flower makes one realize that neo-Baroque is not a mere citation practice, but a state of survival. Moving the definition of the phenomenon away from a generic revival tendency, it is necessary to focus attention on that precise spiritual affinity with the Baroque that was definitively triggered in the 1980s, when the rediscovery of Baroque culture in poetry, philosophy, architecture had an explosion that traveled in parallel with the renewed enthusiasm for historical citation. Today, the aim of intellectuals, whether physicists or architects, is the same: to study and propose connecting links between complex and apparently closed components. Exactly what in the 17th century were ligaments, points, sharpnesses, all attempts to associate opposing elements like stranger among citizens. Since it is therefore an aesthetic process, in today's architecture the flowers can be only grasped by looking from above and from afar, the fruit of a perspective that invests not only the technique, but above all the metaphors used by the architect to best render the precarious equilibrium that is before our eyes. As Deleuze philosophy teaches us, in our own small way, we believe we are made of conflicts. It is only when we learn to know our faults, to live fold by fold, to transform insecurities into strength, that is possible to make our innermost essence bloom. And it is thus by following the faults that architects build flowers. Thank you for your attention. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. We have time later to discuss all the presentation. We will now hear the presentation of Mariam Al-Mahdi and Professor Naila Alani. Please excuse me if I make any pronunciation mistakes. Entitled Architectural Design with a Phenomenological Approach, a Case of Museum Sensory Experience. Give me 1 minute.
Hello everyone, I would like to welcome you to my presentation. I'm Mariam Al-Mahdi. I'm from Bahrain, which is University of Bahrain. I'm a master's student in Department of Architecture. So to move on, we are going to start with the introduction. So in the light of phenomenological methodology, nowadays it's a fundamental field of interest. Whenever you are planning a journey or designing a building or a project that will include human feelings and emotions in terms of experience through the project. So in architectural ambitions, it is conscious that the design itself should affect the social context of a people's daily existence in life. As an architect, it is implicity to provide an experience as being in places or being in different space. So this study, it's obtaining the conceptions and impressions as phenomena. It's emphasizing on the experience, memory, and how it is tackling the feeling and emotions and the space interpretation through its area. And the purpose of it, we are going to take two case studies through a global cultural museum case study that's been designed through a student. And on the other hand, which is Qalat al-Bahrain Site Museum, which is a port museum in Bahrain. So these two case studies go on to explore the phenomenological characteristics of the special context in the designed environment surrounding with the human sensations and feelings. So moving on, our title is Architectural Design with a Phenomenological Approach. So the most important thing here is to design with the phenomenological aspects, where we are going to take the case studies I mentioned, a case of a museum sensory experience through a comparison study. So the presentation going to be discussing a review of these two case studies in terms of background and concepts, while each one of them it's going to conduct an analysis through the methods of phenomenological characters that been implemented and the features as well through the implementation. So lastly, it's going to tackle the findings and discussion. We wanted to discuss the conclusions and these things through what happened with the human dynamic structure through the participant observation within the methodology. To start with the Global Cultural Museum case study background. As a background, as I said, it's a college student design in 2021, where this project is aiming to understand the significance of underlying technology in creating architectural forms or architectural office spaces in terms of how to think creatively about the architectural new concepts and how to develop a socially responsible perspective toward architecture as well. So the project is located in Bahrain between Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and it is located nearby City Center Mall in Bahrain, where it is, we can see how it is designed through the entrance as well. So the concept of this architect design, it was through looking, seeing, and learning, which is this code. It's mainly focusing on visual interest through looking and seeing through the project. And through the figures, that figure 1 shows you the freedom through the social interrelationship, through the movement of these people. And secondly, we see from the figure 2, the different materials, different heights, and we can see the level different through the project design and how it is connected with heritage through the facade images and these things. So we are going to see this video to focus on how it is designed through the landscaping design and the structure as well from external facades. And we have here a water feature that gives us a sound of water. The facade, how it is tackling the cultural international case studies, I mean the cultural significance of their culture through the museum. Each space that's going to tackle a period of time within the museum itself internally, so it is connecting internal and external. We can see the external entities that are being implemented outside the museum to tackle the people from external to internal entities and these things. And it is moving toward the water features internally within its space. We have the plaza for people to sit in. And this is for the external. Now we are going to see how it is internally. Internally, how the circulation for the people themselves, how it is giving them the freedom of movement, the different levels within each period of time that is tackling through the museum. The coffee in this side at the left, it gives us the smell that we are going to taste, the coffee and these things that we are going to have it even at the end of the project, which this video being viewed by the participant observation as well. Here it's going to the end, that is going to have the coffee shop at the end. So moving to the other case study, which is relation to the fort, which is Qalat al-Bahrain, as well it's in Manama, and it is near the fort. So it is the museum itself, it gives the opportunity to discover the fort. As we can see through the figures, how they are viewing to each other, to both are for the experience in both interrelationship together and these things. So moving toward the concept of the architect itself, he wanted to design with the free ornament, the emphasis on the historical side to go and explore the fort itself in terms of the materials. He used it through the internal materials, as here he is having the simplicity and introvert through figure 5 through the external facade and the courtyard of traditional Bahraini architecture. So figure 7 and 8, it is through the material and the texture that give the sense of touch through the experience of this place, as the experience of feeling in the fort atmosphere within the surrounding in terms of the feeling, memories, and the emotion in between, as it gives as well the smell. So the awareness here apart from toward the historical fort nearby the place itself. We're going to the methodology. We are having both of them through phenomenological study with the qualitative data, the research method, while exploring the answers through the viewing of both of them. One of them, as we can see from the left, which is a walkthrough, and the other through site visit. And we can see that it is through exploring phenomenological implementation with these projects, as the human perceptions, experience, what is their ideas and opinions, emotions, and their feelings. So the focus group, it was held through 5 participants. They are approaching being implemented, how the phenomenological approaches being implemented within the project, to explore the softer side of the participant itself, where the study emphasizes on the phenomenological integration through the human ideas, perceptions, and their feelings with the human 5 senses through sight, touch, smell, hear, and taste. So I've been asking them Within the same question, what is the feeling of them? How they did feel from the exterior reaching the building? What is the different experience through internal and external, and the primary sense that is affecting mostly within them, and the main interesting thing. So within the Global Cultural Museum case study, the museum been designed with the main feature of human sense as a primary, which is the site as a visual interest, where the architect implementation is the experience through the vision from the exterior and interior, as the glazing system that been designed with the structure of shade and shadow, as you can see through the figure. And we have the primary here, the primary sense through vision, where touch and sound sense were neglected within the project, although there is a water feature in the project, but it is not that much appearing in the project. So moving toward the main feature, as I mentioned, is the site. So the sense of vision by sight of a colorful facade through the vision of the images, the welcoming form approaching the museum as it is represented in the image. We have the landscaping and these things. So moving to the other case study, it is the same questions as appearing. I have gathered a different answers. So in here, where the museum is designed with a multiple phenomenological character that are aware of the experience through the history that is forged nearby by the using the sense of touch and the smell as well. So there is the primary senses through vision, whereas the external represent the tradition in terms of the facade and the forged material that is noticed within the touch and the smell as well within the figures. So a sense of vision by the side of the facade and the shadow within the courtyard, as we can see through the figure as well, that have been implemented. So moving to the conclusion, to sum up the phenomenological approaches in the design of a human sensation, it gives each place its own identity. So with the surrounding. So moreover, the museum mainly it is designed with the sense of visual interest by sight, while the other senses it is a dynamic structure that's been implemented within it, tackling the sounds, materials, and these things, where eventually it is represented as a one theme. They are combined together with the margins of awareness that will influence people feeling an emotion. So moving to the comparison study, through both of them, where the need of the human senses it is mostly important, where the emotions, the issue here is to design with the human senses that will tackle memory and the feelings of a human representation of Aaron Greenwich diagram, where this diagram indicates the total field of consciousness with people perceptions and the phenomenological aspect with any experience of any building. So as the importance that it is including the five senses, as I mentioned, the sight, touch, hear, and smell with the taste as well. Thank you for listening and feel free to ask any questions.
Okay, thank you to all authors for this interesting presentation. And now it's the time for the presentation of my co-chair, the Professor Yazar, with the title Aesthetics of Architectural Taste in the 21st Century, a review of award-winning projects in the context of environmental aesthetics.
Hi everyone, welcome to my presentation. My name is Dilek Yasar. I am assistant professor at Istanbul University, Faculty of Architecture and Design. The title of my study is Aesthetics of Architectural Taste in the 21st Century, a review of award-winning projects in the context of environmental aesthetics. The aim of this study, as the title suggests, is to seek an answer to the question of what architectural aesthetics in the 21st century. Therefore, 12 projects that received the Riba Sterling Prize between 2010 and 2022 were reviewed. In the methodology of the study, STEMS theory is borrowed and projects are analyzed through the 8 concepts put forward in this theory. In his theory, STEMS distinguishes between emotions and precise definitions on physical objects and proposes two separate clear concept groups for both physical objects and emotions, explaining in detail the framework by which these concepts should be addressed. As a matter of fact, the main issue with the aesthetic evaluation is that the evaluators may not be able to distinguish the moment they deal with emotions and the moment with design features. STEM's approach is important in terms of suggesting a conceptual groundwork for aesthetic discussions. It can provide an important framework for understanding and expressing the aesthetic aspect of architectural design, especially for the 21st century. These concepts put forward by STEMS are follows: physical object, architectural facade, shape complexity, whole sparse details, subjective measure of visual detail, bulk, massing, facade articulation. STEMS, in fact, later changed bulk, massing, facade articulation as the relationship between mass and fenestration. The seventh concept is character, and last one, the visual commons. The projects within the scope of study are Maxim Museum, Evelyn Grace Academy, Science Valley Laboratory, Estel Castle, Everman Theatre, Burntwood School, Newport Street Gallery, Hastings Pier, Bloomberg London, Goldsmith Street Council, Council Housing, Kingston University Townhouse, and Magdalene College New Library. The project within the present study analyzed 12 projects which were the recipients of the Riba Sterling Prize based on 8 concepts of STEMS. It was found that the aesthetic approach incorporated into the architect design emphasized the human, culture, nature relations. In the cases of Goldsmith Street Housing, Kingston University Townhouse, Magdalene College New College Library, and Burntwood School, the aesthetic approach was based on maintaining strong ties with the locality, reflecting the traces of social memory, and referencing historical and cultural textures without imitating them. Similarly, the aesthetic elements included the contrast between the new and old materials used in the Estel Castle project. The roof profiles preferring to the Victorian era with a modern perspective at Newport Street Gallery, the reuse of materials bearing the traces of life in Hastings Pier, and the cultural values on the facade of Everman Theatre, reflecting the public sensitivity. The permeability between landscape and building was a result of treating nature as an aesthetic element in the case of the Science Valley Laboratory project. The project in question also accommodated sustainable design strategies in the sense thereof. Sustainable design approaches as well as aesthetic elements reflecting the cultural dimension were important aspects that determined the aesthetic aspect of those projects. For instance, sustainable strategies were an important design input that shaped the form and facade in the Bloomberg London project. The use of recovered materials in the Everyman Theatre, as well as the moving sunshines that created a large screen, were not the merely features that made the building sustainable, but also served as elements that defined the aesthetic qualities of the building. The aforementioned qualities were a common trait of all the projects in question. In this sense, the results of present study are indicative of a new aesthetic understanding in the 21st century, which is based on cultural aspects and sustainable design approaches that include nature. Valid for at least for 12 projects in question, sustainability, both in terms of its cultural aspects and being environmentally friendly, was considered as a source of inspiration in today's architecture. This aesthetic approach is emphasized by Hagan can be considered as the expression of new contract between culture and nature. The architectural sphere is in constant motion and seems to have been reshaped during the last 30 and 40 years with both development of digital tools and the economic boom. The results show that architects built their design upon a new aesthetic approach based on human, culture, nature relations and sustainable design approaches. For the purposes of the new aesthetics approach, historical references are not aimed to convey meaning by changing place and dimension as in the postmodern period. On the contrary, history and culture are used as a design input to strengthen the connection of the building with the location, where is constructed and reflect the social memory across that region. This approach is at the same time compatible with social sustainability. In addition, sustainable design approaches that include environmental and ecological factors may also offer a new aesthetic image. That's all I have to say. So the references I use can be seen here. Finally, thanks for listening.
Thank you for this presentation. And now, Miriam Zagui, with the title Louis Kahn and His Architectural Principles, Influence on the Work of the Architect Barragan Domé.
ICCAUA 2023 and 0322. Louis Kahn and His Architectural Principles. Influence on the work of the architect Milton Barragan Daumet. Arch Miriam Mercedes Zagui Barreto, Abstract. The general objective is to compare the architectural criteria used by Louis Kahn in projects by Milton Barragan D, based on the analysis and identification of projects developed with these arguments, allowing to establish the criteria of the modern movement in the composition of the project, based on the case of chosen study. The antecedent of the modern movement in the 60s and 80s in Ecuador, the architectural influence of Louis Kahn through the design of the Ciespol building projected by Milton Barragan, adopt principles of modernity present in their materiality and universality. Helio Pinion describes in this way, the task given a building, look for its architecture. The methodology is based on the book The Modern Project by Cristina Gaston and Teresa Rovira. It facilitates the process for the researcher, indicating paths, relieving procedures, systematizing results, with a descriptive analysis through bibliographic reviews, and a graphic analysis will allow understanding the architectural criteria used in the project. Finally, verify the proposed hypothesis and meet the objective. Keywords: Louis I Kahn, Architecture, Modern Movement, Milton Berrigan D. 1. Introduction. Currently, in the urban context, it is a widespread fact that the formal resolution of an architectural work is carried out without taking into account its influence in the city, due to a devaluation of the importance of the built form as a structuring entity and ordering of the void. Opinion 2005. In the urban context of the city of Quito, there are examples of architecture developed in the periods of the 60s and 80s. A clear example are the works Milton Berrigan D., loaded with formal, functional, and constructive values that could be located within the guidelines of the modern architecture. For this reason, it is important to investigate and identify quality architectural work where there are elements that contribute to the design and construction based on the influence of the modern movement. In addition, this research is pertinent because it will be possible to identify a quality architectural work, after a thorough review, where there are modernity criteria among its elements that contribute to the current design and construction, since it is an instrument to conceive the form. Likewise, it is important to know the accuracy and precision with which this project of the modern movement was drawn, in order to demonstrate the architectural quality of the project. For this reason, a case study of the modern architecture of the architect Milton Berrigan is proposed, where the modernity criteria used by Louis Kahn can be evidenced, to contribute to the construction of contemporary projects. Louis Isidore Kahn. He was born on February 20, 1901 on Ossel Island, Russia, into a humble Jewish family who immigrated to the United States in 1905. He began studying architecture in 1920 at the School of Fine Arts at the University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, from where he graduated in 1924. In later years, he devoted himself to traveling and drawing works of ancient architecture. From 1929 he worked with Paul Crit, opening his own office 8 years later. He was a professor at different universities in the United States and received numerous distinctions and honors for his important work in the field of architecture. Milton Berrigan Dumit, born in Riobamba, Ecuador, in 1934, he obtained his higher education and degree at the Faculty of Architecture and Urbanism of the Central University of Quito. Specialized in France and Italy. His thesis was carried out with the project of the Chancellery Building, which was built as part of the works of the 11th Pan American Conference. He collaborates in the architecture studio Arcan, and since 1960, he has carried out an intense and valuable activity in architecture and sculpture. Second President of the CAE, Subdean of the FA, 1971 to 1973, Counselor of Quito and President of the Ecuadorian House of Culture. Modern architecture. Modern architecture is enriched with the arrival of the modern movement, the constructions that emerged as innovative ideas and that reconsidered architectural work at the beginning of the 20th century, possibly matured in the 1950s, with the white architectural production, as well as, unlike other times, with extensive production in terms of bibliography and ideas that were consolidating architecture from functionality into a more solid and discursive concept that took over architectural training. The collective form, criteria of the modern movement in Kahn's work. Of these buildings, the criteria of the modern movement identified in the work of Louis I Kahn stand out: monumentality, shape and design, approximation, matter and light, space and structure, the nature of the materials, light as a member of the material, the construction process as a shaper, the two geometries of the structural skeleton, room, space and functionalism, the collective form, case study. Ciespal Building 1973, International Center for Higher Communication Studies for Latin America. Project overview. The construction is located on a corner lot occupying an area of 1,900 square meters. The construction program includes offices, a library, an auditorium, classrooms, projection rooms, warehouses, and a parking area, estimating a construction of approximately 5,000 square meters. The building is located parallel to Diego de Almagro Avenue, as it is considered broader and more relevant. The building is located in an area of high commercial activity, between a main road with high traffic and a secondary road characterized by a high pedestrian influx. The main building, the upper block that characterizes it, agrees with the main road in which it is located, since this was considered more relevant, without existing agreement with the rest of the limits in which the building was located. Program. The building is made up of two sections conceived by different logic, the first that makes up the basement and the first floor, where all the space on the land is used to the maximum, where parking lots, an auditorium for 400 people and offices are located, and in whose central zone the structure that connects the second block is located, which constitutes the private accesses and office areas and other services, which constitutes a block elevated above the second level, in which 3 floors. 4 offices are located, libraries and other extra services. Underground floor 1. Access to this floor is through the stands, entering from the east where the main entrance is located, which leads to the first order road through an overpass and followed by a corridor that connects to the set of stands. There is also another entrance to the basement by a side ramp for vehicular access located to the north perpendicular to the secondary road of the building, which is more private. On this floor is the auditorium at a level equals -4.00 m to the northeast. To the southwest the presidency, public toilets, and a patio. To the north at a level -5.40 m and centrally located toilets. Square of stands and elevator that forms the central structure of the building that will then go up to the upper levels in the shape of a neck. Around this central axis the cafeteria and kitchen are located at a level equals -2.52 m and a work area at a level equals 2.00 m. See corresponding plan structure. The structural system is a leading element of the building, set in this way that when it was located on a lot with a high water table level, as designers both Milton Berrigan and Ovidio Wapenstein came to the need to concentrate a single centralized support as a structure, whose predominant material is reinforced concrete that at that time was done manually. For this reason, a tree-shaped structure is established, strictly modular, made up of 9 modules of 7.60 m x 7.60 m around the central core. Composed of a bidirectional ribbed slab, supported by 8 pillars and 8 brackets that collect the vertical loads. The main conclusions of the study may be presented in a short conclusions section, which may stand alone or form a subsection of a discussion or results and discussion section.
Okay, so
Doctor, sorry for interruption. Just be sure if we are recording the session or not.
Yeah, we are recording now, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you to Miriam Zagui for this presentation. We will now hear the last presentation of our session by architect Carlos Gavinales with the title Tabique Vaults, Tradition and Modernity, Joule Houses by Le Corbusier.
Introduction. The article deals with the technique of vaults as a sustainable construction resource, and its relevance in the restoration and rehabilitation of traditional architecture. The history of this technique and its evolution over time is discussed, as well as its use in modern architecture, especially in the work of Le Corbusier. The structural analysis of partition vaults is also addressed, and new techniques and materials for their construction are presented, including the thrust network analysis, TNA, software developed by the Block Research Group. In general, the article highlights the importance of sustainability and the preservation of architectural heritage, through the use of traditional construction techniques. The relevance of the vaulting technique in the restoration and rehabilitation of traditional architecture is highlighted. It mentions the importance of preserving the architectural heritage through the use of traditional and sustainable construction techniques. In addition, the work of José Luis González, one of the greatest specialists in the restoration of vaults, is presented, who defends their conservation as long as they are in good condition and recommends load tests to verify their resistance. In general, the importance of traditional architecture, and the use of sustainable construction techniques in its restoration and rehabilitation is highlighted. Le Corbusier used traditional techniques in his design of the jowl houses as a way to reconcile the dichotomy between technique and art, in modern architecture, combining elements of tradition with modern technology. In addition, it is mentioned that Le Corbusier sought a synthesis between tradition and modernity in the design of the jowl houses, using traditional materials and construction techniques but applying them in an innovative and functional way. In general, it highlights the importance of finding a balance between tradition and modernity in architecture, using traditional techniques and materials in an innovative and functional way to create architectural works that combine the best of both worlds. Definition of partition vaults. Partition vaults are formed by layers of bricks of reduced thickness joined by mortar. This construction technique is characterized by the use of bricks of small size and thickness, which are arranged in overlapping layers and joined by mortar. The arrangement of the bricks allows the vault to have a curved and resistant shape, capable of supporting large loads. In addition, this technique allows the construction of vaults of different shapes and sizes, adapting to the needs of each project. In general, vaults are considered a sustainable and durable construction technique, which has been used throughout history in the construction of buildings and monuments. Partition vaults have several advantages. In particular, their lightness is emphasized, which makes them ideal for the construction of roofs and decks in large buildings. In addition, their speed of construction is mentioned since the vaulting technique allows the construction of large surfaces in a short time. Finally, their resistance is emphasized since the vaults are capable of supporting large loads and are very durable. In general, these advantages make vaults a sustainable and efficient construction technique, which has been used throughout history in the construction of buildings and monuments. Chronology of vaulting. Partition vaults are a construction technique that has been used throughout history in the construction of buildings and monuments. Its use is highlighted in traditional Mediterranean architecture, especially in Spain, where vaults have been built since the 14th century. Its use in modern architecture is also mentioned, especially in the work of Le Corbusier, who used this technique in his houses with brick vaults in the 1950s. In general, the importance of sustainability and the preservation of architectural heritage, through the use of traditional construction techniques such as vaulted ceilings, is emphasized. Highlights the importance of this construction technique in traditional Mediterranean architecture, especially in Spain, where brick vaults have been built since the 14th century. Mention is also made of its use in modern architecture, especially in the work of Le Corbusier, who used this technique in his houses with brick vaults in the 1950s. Overall, the importance of sustainability and the conservation of architectural heritage, through the use of traditional construction techniques such as brick vaults, is emphasized. Although in the history of modern architecture, this technique had been excluded, Le Corbusier reintroduced it in his brick-vaulted houses in the 1950s, such as the Maison Jowl and the Soroboy house. This aroused the interest of a generation of architects, including some South Americans, who saw in them the possibility of reusing tradition without abandoning modern principles. In general, the importance of Le Corbusier's work in the revaluation of traditional construction techniques, and their innovative and functional application in modern architecture is emphasized. Origin and evolution of vaulting. The article discusses several theories about the origin of vaults. One theory suggests that their origin dates back to Roman times when brick formwork was used to reinforce mortar and stone vaults in large buildings. Another theory suggests that their origin lies in medieval architecture, where brick vaults were used to cover interior spaces. Muslim influence is also mentioned in the technique of vaulting, as examples of this type of vaulting have been found in Islamic architecture. In general, it is emphasized that the exact origin of vaults is still a subject of debate in academic circles. The adoption of vaults in modern architecture was an important milestone in the history of South American architecture, where Le Corbusier played a decisive role. It is also mentioned that Le Corbusier became interested in the vaulting technique after visiting Spain in 1928, and learning about Gaudi's work, particularly the Catalan vaulting technique used in a school for the children of the Sagrada Familia workers. Overall, it highlights the importance of the vaulting technique in traditional Mediterranean architecture, and its influence on modern and contemporary architecture around the world. Partition vaults in modern architecture. Le Corbusier's interest in partition vaults and their influence on modern architecture is noted. It is mentioned that Le Corbusier incorporated the technique of vaults into his brick-vaulted houses in the 1950s, such as the Maison Joule and the Soroboy house, which caught the attention of a generation of architects, including some South Americans, who saw in them the possibility of reusing tradition without abandoning modern principles. It is also mentioned that Le Corbusier became interested in the technique of vaulted ceilings, after visiting Spain in 1928 and learning about Gaudi's work, particularly the Catalan vault technique used in a school for the children of the Sagrada Familia workers. Le Corbusier employed the technique of partition vaults in his brick-vaulted houses in the 1950s, such as the Maison Joule, which is considered one of the most important projects of post-war architecture. Additionally, it is noted that the design of the Joule houses required hundreds of plans that explored the possibilities of joining both structures, demonstrating the complexity and innovation of the partition vault technique in modern architecture. Overall, it highlights the importance of Le Corbusier's work in re-evaluating traditional construction techniques, and their innovative and functional application in contemporary architecture. Materials and methods. A mixed qualitative and quantitative methods approach was used in the study. A series of indicators were developed to measure the objectives of the study, which include analyzing the chronology of partition vaults and their influence on modern architecture, examining the work of Le Corbusier and his contributions to architecture, and determining the link between modern and traditional architecture through the Joule house. It is mentioned that empirical and theoretical methods were employed to evaluate the available information and studies related to the research topic, and interviews were conducted to gather the opinions of current inhabitants of houses that have elements of partition vaults in the city of Quito. The paper mentions the objectives of the study, which include analyzing the chronology of vaulted ceilings and their influence on modern architecture, examining the work of Le Corbusier and his contributions to architecture, and determining the link between modern and traditional architecture through the Joule house. These objectives were measured through a series of indicators, and mixed methods research, including qualitative and quantitative approaches, were used to gain a detailed understanding of the reality of this type of architecture and its influence on modern architecture. Conclusions. The importance of partition vaults as a sustainable construction resource and their influence on modern architecture is highlighted. It is mentioned that Le Corbusier incorporated the technique of partition vaults in his brick-vaulted houses in the 1950s, such as the Maison Joule, which is considered one of the most important projects of post-war architecture. Additionally, it is noted that the design of the Joule houses required hundreds of plans that explored the possibilities of joining both structures, demonstrating the complexity and innovation of the partition vault technique in modern architecture. Le Corbusier used traditional techniques in his design of the Joule houses as a way to reconcile the dichotomy between technique and art in modern architecture, combining elements of tradition with modern technology. In addition, it is mentioned that Le Corbusier sought a synthesis between tradition and modernity in the design of the Joule houses, using traditional materials and construction techniques but applying them in an innovative and functional way. Overall, it highlights the importance of finding a balance between tradition and modernity in architecture, using traditional techniques and materials in an innovative and functional way to create architectural works that combine the best of both worlds. The Joule houses are an example of how this synthesis can be achieved, and how architecture can be an expression of the culture and history of a place while adapting to the needs and demands of modern life. In summary, the article focuses on the technique of partition vaults as a sustainable construction resource, and its relevance in the restoration and rehabilitation of traditional architecture. It explores the history and evolution of this technique, its use in modern architecture, particularly in the work of Le Corbusier, and the structural analysis of partition vaults. The article emphasizes the importance of sustainability and the preservation of architectural heritage, through the use of traditional construction techniques. It also highlights the role of partition vaults in traditional Mediterranean architecture, their adoption in modern architecture, and the influence of Le Corbusier's work. The article concludes by emphasizing the importance of the vaulting technique in creating a balance between tradition and modernity in architecture.
Doctor, your voice is muted, I think. Unmute yourself.
Oh, excuse me.
We don't hear you. Okay.
So, Thank you to the architect Carlos Gavilanes and to all the authors for these interesting presentations. So at the end of this session, it is clear that the contemporary architecture has a necessity to bring together historical citations, traditions, sustainability, to find a new aesthetic wave. So the role of the architect is to find new and complete ways to express this necessity. So I would ask you all if you have any questions or curiosities about the presentations we have just seen.
Professor Francisco, actually, I want to ask our author, Mariam Al-Mahdi.
Yeah.
Hello, Mariam Al-Mahdi.
Yes, hello. How are you?
Actually, I wonder, as a result of your work, would you suggest that architects should design experience as much as forms, plans, and facades? I mean, you suggest the architects consider the experience. It is important more important than maybe forms, plans, or facades.
Well, eventually, when architect is designing any type of building, at the end, the people, they are going to use that space. They are going to make that a place as they are having their memory and the emotions. So when he designs any design, he needs to consider the experience that later on it's going to happen with the building itself. It's not just like designing anything and that's it, bye-bye. You need to consider people while they movement, what is the surrounding of them, water or sense of smell, taste as a food or any type of thing. So it is designing an experience for the people as a public or a private building, home or a mall or anything. I don't know if you get me exactly.
Yes, exactly. So you say that the phenomenological approach to architectural design can help to discover what's behind the visible or to go deeper, you say, actually.
Yes, that's it. That is the thing. You need to consider everything while you are designing what the people are going to have here and here and here. So you need to consider the phenomenological aspect. Sometimes, yes, they are the visual and there is no other sense. But if you are through the visual, you sense the texture through visual, while the materials you might not touch it, but you might sense in it. You have a sense that this texture is going to be in a zigzag way or a smooth way. It's going to reflect on my emotions and feelings as well, either to encourage me to walk or to be afraid or you get me or not much actually.
Thank you very much. Actually, Professor Francisco, can I ask another question to another author?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Miriam Zaugui. I am sorry for pronunciation. Of course. Miriam
It is a common mistake. Is there with us Miriam Zaugui?
Miriam Zaugui?
I don't see her in the participants. No.
I don't see it too. Okay. Maybe another question for architect Carlos Gavilanes.
I don't know if the architect is with us.
I'll check.
I don't see his name in the participants.
Yes.
But I have a question for you, Professor Yazar.
Please.
So this necessary sustainability in contemporary project that you described as a link to the territory in which the project is born should be based on what characteristics? Historical citations, use of the local materials, or respect for the landscape, or something else?
Yes. As far as I understand, you ask me the connection between sustainability and
the local tradition, yeah.
Yes, okay. Of course, there is a limitation because I studied just 12 projects, but when I can say that the local material or local shape of form or local facade is very important to the collective memory for society. I think, of course, please let me say again, the limitation is really important for this study, but architects really consider the collective memory because I think is very important as well, because there are lots of different forms. The architects they deal with the different forms, creating different forms. But on the other hand, when we look at the literature, most of the architects complain this subject. So maybe we can say that some of the architects return the back, but not actually like postmodern, the new way, new viewpoint, I can say.
I understand, yes. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much.
So there are other questions from the participants.
If there is no any questions, I can ask questions.
Excuse me?
If there are no any other questions, let me to ask my questions.
Okay, you are free to ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentations. I came to understand through the discussion among us now, the local material can be a crucial factor, even affecting the modernism, which is the characteristic of a pureness and the smoothness of the facades. We can see this in work of Le Corbusier, Figini, Pollini as Italian architects, some Cypriot architects like Ahmad Vural Bahauddin. What I want to say is the style rigid, or it is obeying the condition of the society. Why I say this? Because, as you know, that there is a movement inside the modernism, which we can call it Mediterranean modern movement. You can see the local material stones in the facades. This is one point. In another point, I want to ask about the environmental aesthetics, which Dr. Delekia Shah, she mentioned the aesthetic test, and she tried to connect the sustainability with the with the society. Maybe you ask her to connect somehow. Again, I am going to see the material, the local material part of this. So in the end, I want to say that maybe the functionality, because maybe in the early modern architecture, especially in the South Europe, the cost of material, maybe it's high. So they are going to use the local material. So they are going to get rid of some of the principles, yes or no? Then in the aesthetic value, we can see the functionality giving the beauty to the things. So when you understand that this material is going to reduce the heat inside the building and going to reduce the cost, do you think this will increase the aesthetic value? For me, I will call this beauty, you know. Maybe you call it different things, but finally the functionality through the material is very I saw it is like a hub of this discussion, according my imagination. Even in your presentation, the material is somehow doing that. Thank you.
Mr. Yazar, unmute your microphone.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Salah. I think also maybe we have to mention the local material as a beauty, the relationship between the energy efficiency and ecology, and maybe as you mentioned, economical sustainability. Actually, what I mean, I say there are lots of points why architects use the material. In my opinion, using the local material is also important another way, because I think people may be exhausted to see always. Actually, I don't remember the exact word in English. Seeing
the root of their society.
Yes, maybe people want to see the cultural aspects is very important for me. For people,
yes. I think that the use of the local materials or the referring of local culture is a sort of result of the globalization. So with the globalization, the local community has more necessity to don't lose our culture, to don't lose our local culture. So the necessity to use to refer to local culture, to local traditions, is one of the results of our world, of our globalization. So I think it is a sort of necessity, not only an economic necessity, but a cultural necessity, I think, in my opinion.
Yes, ecological necessity also.
Yes, and in the term of sustainability.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for your contribution, and I hope that the dialogue born on this occasion can become a future collaboration between us all. So we are in time in our program, so we are ready to start the last session of our conference, of our first day of conference. So I want to thank Professor Yazar for her collaboration in this session. And if you are ready, I am ready to start the new session.
Thank you very
We are
much.
in time.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Bye.
Bye.
So now I want to introduce my new co-chair of the last session of the day, Chen Yingting. Excuse me for the mistakes of pronunciation of your name. Yingting Chen is a PhD candidate in architecture at City University of Hong Kong. With a background in landscape architecture and ecology, she has 5-year practice experience in the USA. Her research interests lie in a human-nature relationship and transnational architectural practice. So, welcome to the last session. The theme of this session is phenomenological studies and building technology. So, I hope that all the authors involved are online now. And if you are all ready, I will start with the first presentation by Ahmed Amen Akel and Professor Naila Alani, with the title Applying the Phenomenological Approach to Educational Place, a Case Study Analysis of a College Experience Through Time. We don't have a link to this presentation, so I ask if the authors are online. I'm checking in the participants. Ahmed Amen Akel and Naila Alani, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Welcome in this session. You are free to share your screen and to start with your presentation.
Just a second.
Yeah. We have all time, so we are on time. We can wait some minutes if you want.
It says that the host has disabled share. Is it possible to open it from your side, since I'm having a bit of an issue with the internet?
I don't understand what are you saying now?
There is an issue with my internet, and the sharing is actually disabled.
You don't have the You don't have the possibility to share your screen.
You can share, Doctor, from the PDF that you have, if it is on the list. He's not on the list. So we can go for other one if it is possible until he make the connections, or he may send you the PDF somehow, the presentation.
I can send the link in the chat. Is that fine by doing that?
Yes.
Okay, we have the link. Okay.
Yes, so maybe you can share it like this.
Yes. Just a minute. Okay.
Research topic, which is applying the phenomenological approach to educational places, a case study analysis of the college experience through time. So the structure of the research will be conducted in terms of introduction, the research focus point, the research dilemma, the research hypothesis, methodology, significance of the research, conveying the result of the research, and discussing and concluding thoughts. Each of us experienced the place in a more unique way. That our mind combines between the physical settings, the activities, and the meaning of those activities to create the idea of this place itself. And this relationship to the space is constantly getting reshaped due to the situation of the passage of time itself. Moreover, our relationship changes according to the level of attachment that we have. For example, our level of attachment for a home differs from our attachment to a public space. Each element of a space, activity, and time meaning intertwine to create a lasting memory that is carried in the mind of the people themselves. One crucial space that creates these memories is the educational space, as it is one of the spaces that have the long exposure for the student in terms of experience and time. As a student, the memories formed through time of the college art seems to be the strongest and were remembered through their sensory experiences, where the space becomes a location for senses such as smell, taste, or visual senses. However, when a group of people who attended college at the same time gather and they seem to discuss their memories, some memories seems to be altered or they did not remember some of the details. On the contrast, there are some memories that are like overwhelming and they remember it for the smallest detail. One hypothesis for that is the alteration due to the detachment and not experiencing the place in the phenomenological self for a long time, as well as when the focusing of the idea of placemaking and memories are not happening in the space itself. Focusing on the college itself and the university campus, each space has its own several criteria that differentiate it from other spaces. The physical parameter, the activities, and the meaning all combine to create a unique sense of place, a sense of attachment. For the educational spaces, the meaning and the activities are known since it's mostly focusing on learning and meeting and socializing. But what is different is the physical space. The college that we are attending in the Gulf is different from the universities in UK or in the US or any country themselves. So just to give you a glimpse of Isa Town campus, where you can see in the figure that is showcasing how the campus is constructed in terms of the location of the building, the campus is actually hosts two university campuses together. The College of Engineering from the University of Bahrain, which is where I belong, and the other authors as well, and the Bahrain Polytechnic University, which is all occupying the same physical parameter of the space itself. Here are some of the images showcasing some of the highlighted areas of the campus itself. So in the research dilemma, the field of placemaking studies and memory has attracted several researchers and several studies focusing on the memories of the people and the mental images of the space. Nevertheless, the focus was mainly falling on the public space rather than the educational space, as educational space can be considered the third place that a person spends most of their time in it, apart from the place of residence or the workspace or even an entertainment spaces. This research will test the hypothesis by looking at the educational space through a phenomenological sense, by focusing on the memories of the architectural batch students who attended at 2012 and graduated at 2017 and 2018 and did not visit the campuses from that time. The research will focus on understanding the memory of placemaking in the mind of the students, comparing the phenomenological memory of the space in the mind of the student and the physical actual place at the present, understanding what make a place become engraved in the mind of the student. So the methodology will focus on the spatial experience from a phenomenological standpoint through the time in a specific place. A qualitative method will be taken to conduct this research, coupled with using case study method to view the difference between the memory and the physical space itself. In terms of the methodology also, the focus will be on two aspects, which is the first is a focus group interview, which will focus on the memories of the students themselves. The interviewer will list the names of the building and see how the conversation goes. And it will be focusing on the sensory aspect that the student evoke through their talking. And the second part will focus on a spatial experience by visiting the college with the focus group and noting down their responses and recording their impressions according to their experience. As we stated, that the student did not visit the college since they graduated. In terms of the significance of the research, it will further develop a significant understanding of the place and place attachment. It will understand the sensory experience from the eyes of the users. It will indicate the more potent sense that the student remember in the space, as well as highlighting the most significant sense that can be influenced in the memory generation in the design of the college campus itself. In terms of the focus group interview, when the memories started rushing in, they mainly focused on the specific situations, where and when and who were around. Each situation were correlated with a space and each memory as well. In terms of the senses, then they started to be rushed in, like the smell, the temperature, the voices, the sounds. Each of them followed the memory, which is focusing on the feel of the space rather than just a visual aspect of the space itself. On the other hand, during the visit, these situations were coming back again when we are looking at the spaces themselves. But here, smaller details stood out, like the splatter of paint, chipped bricks and tiles due to occur in certain situations. And to them, what was interesting, what they stated, is that time has stopped for them. Like one of them have stated that it has not been 5 years. And I still feel that I am walking around, I will see one of my friends just finishing the lecture and we will meet up. Small smells and textures were the most significant aspect that are brought up more constantly, where they failed to see the larger changes, such as the paint of the building, the removal of certain structures. All of them fade away and they mainly focus on the sensory experience itself. Even looking at two of the pictures or two of the significant spaces, as is Building 33 and Building 35, the top picture showcases the building itself, and the bottom picture showcases what is highlighted through their talk in terms of the memory, what they remember, the wooden benches, the greenery, the large tree in Building 35. These spaces did not look at it as a full space. They looked at them as certain elements that they remember because a situation has occurred there. More importantly, in terms of the discussion, the sensory experiences overwhelmed the visual standpoint. They focused on the details themselves. The research indicated that there was an detachment causes some details to fade away in terms of the visual sense, but in contrast, the specific sensory experience overwhelms the people and they focus on the most significant. The aspect that stood out here is the memory of the specific atmosphere, hot or cold, or a specific smell or taste that's by it. As the sensory experiences of this place changes, it triggers an immediate response from the user. This detachment increases these senses and dulls down the visual senses, like minor details stood out in terms of the sensory experience. And this is why colleges need to focus on the idea of creating a more sensory experience that will allow people to feel the space and sense them instead of looking at them as a normal place itself. And as time passes, these sensory experiences are more elaborate and more focused on, and the visual senses becomes duller. So that's why the focus would be on the sensory experiences in each spaces. And
thank you for this presentation. So now we have the second presentation from Ala Abu Sakra and Professor Naila Alani. The title is Using a Phenomenological Approach for the Analysis of Two Different Houses in Bahrain. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Hala Abu Shakra. Today I'm going to present my research presentation about using a phenomenological approach for the analysis of two different houses in Bahrain. This presentation will investigate the author's personal and bodily experience of two different houses in Bahrain. The first case study, which is Sheikh Isa bin Ali House, which is a traditional house located in heritage area, through a site visit, observation, and asking the people there about how they feel during their visit to the house and the area, to highlight the importance of the phenomenological practices in the design process, especially in the heritage culture sites, as it will create quality spaces where the visitor will feel a sense and the spirit of a place, and this will last in their memory. Furthermore, it will encourage the visitor to revisit the place again to that place, in contrast to the places that doesn't have achieving the phenomenological approach. The author designed the second house in a modern style without considering the phenomenological aspect during the design process. And the house was located in a new development area in the East Al-Had in Bahrain. And the author will examine the experience of the space and the atmosphere of the modern house based on monitoring the personal five senses: touch, taste, smell, sight, and the hearing, through the experience of the light, sound, touching material, and the interior spaces. This study will help to improve the quality of living in contemporary houses, and this will lead to enhance the feeling of a place, as well as to improve the quality of heritage building in Bahrain. And this will draw the attention to the tourists to visit this kind of building, and this will lead to a positive impact on the economic resources of the country. Our contemporary houses nowadays are facing many problems, which is lacking in the cultural identity, and the same problem in affecting many historical and heritage buildings over the world, regarding neglecting the phenomenological aspect during the design process. The first case study is Sheikh Isa House in Old Muharraq. Muharraq is an island in the north of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and it's well known for its great culture and old tradition Bahraini houses. And Sheikh Isa bin Ali House is considered one of the oldest and the most famous Bahraini house in that area, which is located in the end of the Burning Bath. The Burning Bath is around 3.5 kilometers long, starting from Boumaher seashore, and it is the only remaining natural coastline in that area, and ending with the Siyadi complex and Sheikh Isa bin Ali House, which is in the heart of the Muharraq. The second case study is located in new development area in East Al-Had. It's a planned city under construction in eastern Muharraq of Kingdom of Bahrain, and it was constructed on a reclaimed land. Section 2, the literature review. Phenomenology and bodily experience in architecture. There are many scholars and research focus about the phenomenological theory, and they said or stated that the successful urban system should follow and employ the observation method. And also, people regularly perceive and notice things which impact how they perceive places. And they claim also that more satisfying influence journey and the historical and heritage spaces or sites must involve an emotional experience. Example of the bodily experience in architecture. There are two great examples for applying the phenomenological aspects in the design. The UNESCO World Heritage listing of Melaka and George Town, the historical cities of the Straits of Malacca, include the historical urban acroces of the two cities of Malaysia, and that illustrate the 500 years of cultural and commercial exchange between the East and West, and one can actually experience a place in Malaysia, Malacca Heritage Zone, Walking in the famous Malacca River in the early morning while listening to the pleasant low murmur of the river. On the opposite sides of the street, cars and motorcycles are moving past while birds are chirping above. And also the colors used in the streets, people, buildings, and other urban utilities create a proud image of a strong symmetry and connection between the different areas. And for the second example, which is a religious case study, it's the Mosque of Tribuken in India. The mosque follows the Mughal architecture, and the visual senses can be seen in the symmetry of the facade, the vibrant colors, the materials finishing, and the materials texture that filter through the vision, and also the smell of the burned wood and the stick in the space, which will indicate the serenity of the space. Furthermore, they use the water feature in the entrance, which will calm down the individual in front of the entryway. Coming to the research methodology, this study will follow a qualitative methodology. Several site visits have been made for both case studies in different times and days. In the first case study, the author used personal observation using a 5-point Likert scale and a 3-point Likert scale for the interview with the local visitors and tourists. In the second case study, the modern house in East Al Head, the author used personal observation to analyze the house based on the phonological aspect. For the ethical approval will be sought to protect the participants' rights and confidentially, and the limitations such as interview can cause biases and be time-consuming. These are the results and the finding for the personal observation for the traditional house located in Old Muharraq. The scale will indicate to which extent the phonological aspect is implemented in the design of Sheikh Isa house in the Old Muharraq, starting from number 1, which is no contribution, to the maximum number 5, which is highly contributed, based on the personal observation. And the evaluation will be based on the architecture design elements such as like the main entrance, interior spaces, architecture facade, lighting, shading, and the surrounding area. And here is the result and the finding for the personal observation of the modern house located in East Al Head. This is the result and the finding for the local visitors and tourist interviews. And these questions will allow for the exploring the participants' perspective and their sensory and bodily experience regarding the phonological aspect in the cultural and historical building in Bahrain. The discussion. Evaluating the Sheikh Isa house in Old Muharraq based on the sensory experience for the local and tourists in that place will evaluate their feelings and emotion regarding sound, smell, touching, visual aspect, and how they feel and interact with that place. And most of the visitors were having a successful and a great experience, and they say that they feel the sense of and the identity of that place. And I remember one visitor told me, I know every single detail in this area and I feel I'm belonging to this place. So, the historical house of Sheikh Isa house presents a unique style reflecting the Bahraini cultural identity through the touching material, visual aspect, building design, colors, texture, and if the heritage and historical place is designed according and based on the phonological aspect, they will succeed, and the people who visited them will remain in their memory, and especially when we are designing such places where our senses are strongly connected with the memory. And it will create the strong connection between the visitors and the place, leading to encourage the visitors and the tourists to revisit that place. And this will encourage the developers to invest in this area and positively will affect this country. The second case study shows a successful in following the phonological design in some aspect of the house, such as appropriate selection of natural material used in the courtyard and other parts of the home. And also listening to the sound of the water design with the natural stone in the courtyard will evoke the human senses. But on the other hand, unfortunately, the house did not follow the phonological and the sensory approach successfully in some aspect of the design, like the low quality material used in some areas, such as the family halls and the exterior facade of the house lead to the effect and the relationship and interaction between the user and the place. And the loosey distribution of the spotlight increasing the house temperature and create a reflection in the flooring, which will affect the vision and make you feel uncomfortable in that place. And the low ceiling height negatively will affect the user experience in the place. In conclusion, it's very important to consider the emotional as well as the sensory and bodily experience that we must consider when the human interact with the built spaces, especially in the cultural and heritage and historical sites, to reflect the identity of Bahraini culture and the spirit of a place. Moreover, this presentation will give you the evidence for the case study of Sheikh Isa house in Muharraq, in Old Muharraq, provide evidence in this presentation by dealing with this approach is very important when creating a heritage and cultural site. And as Malinar, he stated that the point of immersing people within an environment is to activate the full range of the senses. In the second case study showed lacking in achieving the sensory and bodily experience in some aspects, especially because the design was very modern and typical to many houses here in Bahrain. And to have a meaningful design is to have a physical aspect and non-physical aspect that can affect our mood positively, energy, and how we think and act and feel. And to improve the quality of life, we need to create experience that harmonize, engage the multi-sensor in the flat place. These are the references. And finally, I would like to thank Alanya University and the University of Bahrain who gave me this opportunity to participate and be part of this conference. And also I want to thank Professor Najla Alani for her continuous support and advice. Also, I want to thank my friends and the visitors for their valuable support in conducting this field of work. Thanks to everyone who helped. And thank you very much.
Thank you for this presentation, interesting presentation. Now we have the third presentation of the last session of the first day of the conference with the title Arguing False Biophilia Concepts in PMB Interior Design, a case study applied in Duhok city in Kurdistan region of Iraq, by Ahmad Afara, Maison El Ayoubi, Mustafa Azizamen, Dana Ramadan, Jalal Al-Ani. Excuse me for my mistakes in the pronunciation. Just a minute.
Welcome to our research presentation on arguing for biophilia concept in FMB interior design, a case study applied in Duhok city. We are a team from the American University of Kurdistan, specifically from the design department. Throughout our study, we explore the impact of incorporating artificial elements of nature into interior spaces. Now, we will delve into exploring impact of faux biophilia in FMB establishments.
Interior design incorporating interior planting has become both a challenge but more a visual trend. It is often used as a stylish way to embrace the concept of biophilia. However, the field is continuously evolving, motivated by the aspiration to enhance the quality of life within our living spaces. This study delves into the effect of using real natural plants compared to artificial ones on the psychological comfort and well-being of individuals. The concept of biophilia, which refers to inherent emotional connection between humans and natural world, has gained significant recognition in the field of interior design. It was initially introduced by Eric Form as a deep love for life and all living things. Driving personal and societal growth, later Wilson and Keller defined biophilia as humans' inherent emotional connection with other living organisms. Biophilic design is a practical approach to creating artificial spaces that embody biophilia, allowing individuals to satisfy their natural inclination to connect with nature. This concept recognizes that our well-being is associated with feeling alive, and seeing life makes us alive.
As humans spend more time indoors, there's a growing interest in creating environments that help us reconnect with nature. However, there remains a question. Do actual biophilic spaces with real natural elements have a different impact on users' well-being compared to faux biophilic spaces that stimulate nature? Yet, this research seeks to answer the question. What is the psychological impact of actual versus faux biophilic spaces on users' well-being? The answer of this question help us create that truly foster well-being with a deeper and actual connection with the natural world.
Imagine yourself stepping into an interior space where comfort is not just a physical state but an immersive experience. Comfort in such spaces is closely tied to a sense of tranquility, freedom from concerns, and overall enjoyment of the environment. But it goes beyond that. Well-being encompasses positive emotions and state of good feeling where relationships thrive. Biophilic design elements should evoke a deep connection with the natural world. But can representational elements of nature, such as a painting of rainfalls or the use of artificial indoor greenery, truly evoke the same impact of using an actual natural element?
Here, the objective of this study was to investigate and compare the impact of natural versus artificial planting on the psychological comfort and well-being in interior spaces. To achieve this, a careful selection process was undertaken to identify 6 establishments in the city that had comparable sizes of both natural and artificial interior planting. The survey participants were 120 regular customers who were divided into 2 independent study groups, Group A exposed to natural plants and Group B exposed to artificial plants.
The measurement tool utilized in this study was created using the well-building standard MIND, which is developed by the International Well-Building Institute that aims to promote and enhance the physical and mental well-being of building occupants. The Q4 2020 version of the well-building standard was incorporated into the research methodology, providing a comprehensive framework for evaluating the impact of interior design on well-being. Specifically, 2 key features of the MIND standard were incorporated: biophilia and beauty and design. We crafted a tool that measures and compares the impact of natural versus artificial plants and interior design on individuals' psychological comfort and well-being. This crafted tool consists of a diagram that visually represents the measurement framework and includes the specific attributes related to the used MIND features. These features were chosen to assess the human-nature connection, mood, comfort, and connectedness with nature in the space, which were found crucial elements in understanding the psychological impact and of the natural versus artificial plants and interior spaces.
Speaking about the survey design and data analysis, the survey included 12 questions specific to the attributes of well-known biophilia and beauty and design features. Participants' perceptions of comfort and well-being related to natural versus artificial interior planting were assessed using the Likert rating system on a scale 1 to 5 with a non-parametric statistical method. In order to gather comprehensive insights into the impact of natural and artificial interior planting on comfort and well-being, a survey was conducted. The study aimed to investigate the impact of natural and artificial interior plants on psychological comfort and well-being in coffee shops and restaurants. A total of 120 regular customers participated, with 60 individuals exposed to natural interior plants, NIT, and 60 individuals exposed to artificial interior plants, AIT.
12 questions were carefully stated to specifically capture participants' perceptions of attribute related to well, mind, biophilia, and beauty and design features. Using the rating system ranging from 1 to 5, participants were able to express their opinions and provide valuable input on their level of comfort and well-being. In order to measure and compare participants' perceptions of psychological comfort and well-being, the study utilized a set of dependence variables including D1, D2, D3, and D4, which were part of questionnaire that were used to define the overall measure of psychological comfort and well-being, referred as WM. The study included 2 independent study groups. Group A consisting of participants exposed to natural interior plants, NIT, and Group B consisting of participants exposed to artificial interior plants, AIT. Specific questions were designed for each group, with questions labeled as IGA 1 to 4 for Group A and IGB 1 to 4 for Group B. The analysis of the dependent variable WM, psychological and comfort well-being, revealed that the overall mean rating was approximately 3.7, with a standard deviation of approximately 1.1. This suggests that, on average, participants reported a moderate level of psychological comfort and well-being in the selected establishment, shown in Table 2, Figure 4.
To compare the rankings of the NIT, Natural Interior Plans, and AIT, Artificial Interior Plans groups, a Mann-Whitney U test, also known as the Wilcoxon Rank Sum Test, was conducted. The results of the test revealed that the NIT group had a higher mean rank of 70.68 and a sum of ranks of 4,241, while the AIT group had a lower mean rank of 50.32 and a sum of ranks of 3019. The test statistic was calculated to be 1,189 with a standardized test statistic of -3.226. The asymptotic significance value was found to be 0.001, indicating a significant difference between the two groups.
The analyzed data revealed that there are significant differences found in the variable WM, psychological comfort and well-being, between both groups. Participants exposed to natural interior plants reported significantly higher psychological comfort and well-being level than those exposed to artificial interior plants. The result indicates that the hypothesis test summary confirms the rejection of the null hypothesis, suggesting that the distribution of WM differs across the two groups. The significance level was set at 0.05.
As the study's findings highlight the significant impact of natural interior plants on users' psychological comfort and well-being, it is worth mentioning that the study found that incorporating natural plants foster a sense of connection to nature, evoking relaxation and enhancing mood and happiness. In contrast, artificial plants showed a low impact on customers' well-being, thus discards using them in interior spaces for well-being. These results support the importance of incorporating natural elements like plants in interior spaces to create visually appealing environments that positively affect users' well-being and enhance the overall customer experience.
The results of this study provide compelling evidence that aligns with existing research, indicating a positive impact of natural plants as a biophilic element on psychological comfort and well-being in interior spaces. The study also challenges the notion that incorporating representational elements of nature, such as artificial replicas of plants, always enhances well-being in interior spaces. By focusing on the use of natural interior plants, coffee shops and restaurant owners or designers can create visually appealing spaces that not only improve customers' mood, but also foster a stronger connection to nature. The presence of natural plants elicits a genuine sense of tranquility and harmony, enhancing the overall experience for individuals.
In conclusion, individuals and designers can effectively promote their well-being by minimizing or eliminating the use of artificial interior plants and strategically incorporating carefully positioned natural interior plants. This approach goes beyond mere biophilic representation and aligns with the well-mined features, integrating aesthetically pleasing elements that establish a genuine, actual connection with nature. Lastly, implementing biophilic design principles involves more than just adding plants to a space. It is about creating a visual connection to nature, infusing indoor spaces with the touch of nature that live greenery provides. The better the physical design and appearance of the restaurant or coffee shop, the higher level of customer satisfaction, ultimately leading to success in enhancing customers' psychological comfort and well-being.
Thank you to all the authors for this well-structured group presentation. I appreciated it. So the last presentation for now is from my co-chair of this section with the title Shopping Mall Design Features and Public Well-Being, Yingting Chen and Professor Charlie Xue.
Hi everyone, this is Yingting Chen, a PhD candidate from City University of Hong Kong. I am honored to have this opportunity to present my recent research titled Shopping Mall Design Features and Public Well-Being. While there has been extensive research on these crucial urban constructs, certain gaps persist. There has been no systematic review addressing the most recent decade of research development, and research into shopping mall design is noticeably lacking. To bridge these gaps, this research employed 3 methods for an exhaustive review, including a bibliometric analysis of 489 papers regarding shopping mall design, a systematic literature review on 15 representative papers at the forefront of research, and a meta-analysis to delve deeper into the key findings. The bibliometric analysis first focused on performance analysis. We can see that the research on shopping mall design is increasing exponentially, and it remains as a hot topic with continuous attention in recent years, with a steady publication rate of over 40 papers per year. The largest discipline category is business, management, and economics, with a major focus on decision science. The other half is dominated by traditional architectural disciplines such as engineering, urban studies, planning, geography, and architecture. Then comes to science mapping. The dual map semantic overlay shows that the major foundations are economics, political science, psychology, health, and social studies. And the range of research bases is broader than that of application directions, indicating that shopping mall design has strong relevance but limited interdisciplinary application. After that, we conducted keyword co-occurrence analysis to review the intellectual structure, obtained 12 major clusters which can be categorized into 4 knowledge domains, including shopping mall design and development, design and attractiveness, design application and evolution, and contextual and social impacts. Detailed aspects with key concepts can be seen in this diagram, illustrating the intellectual structure of mall design research so far. The research evolution analysis applied keyword time zone mapping. 4 stages clearly emerged with gray links for practical experience accumulation and conceptual development, blue for conceptual expansion and research model development, green and yellow for study segmentation and exploration beyond economic considerations, and red for enrichment of toolbox for methods and techniques. The last bibliometric analysis is to identify hot topics and trends. Keyword with the strongest citation burst reveals the hotspots. As research progressed, some keywords became less active, while some others are emerging. The most noteworthy keywords are those with persistent citation bursts, including loyalty and satisfaction, which are crucial for retaining customer and maintaining the attractiveness. And experience encompasses broader aspects that extend beyond the mere act of shopping, and model highlights the development and refinement of theoretical frameworks and methodologies. To further explore the research frontiers, co-citation analysis was introduced, and 15 key references were identified, with focuses on examining shopping well-being, understanding perceived values, satisfaction, and loyalty, and investigating demographic differences. This diagram summarizes the evolution of shopping mall design research, demonstrating that mall design research is trending towards enhancing public well-being by addressing the association between mall design features and multiple facets of visiting experience. The analysis then shifts to a systematic review on the 15 key references. We applied a coding structure in 4 domains with 9 items, and made a table for each article like this. In brief, the theoretical foundation was generally built upon the SOR model. Mall design features as a stimulus are primarily incorporated within the concepts of mall image, attributes, and atmospherics, and Customer experience acts as organisms generally engaging utilitarian and historic values, and the interaction between more environment and more visitors leading to various responses, as evidenced by more attractiveness, customer satisfaction, and loyalty. Study design were basically cross-sectional, with just one study was longitudinal. Major sampling methods include more intercept, convenience sampling, and snowball sampling, and major tools include self-administered structure questionnaires, while exploratory studies applied semi-structured interviews or first-person narratives. Regarding study model, all constructs used in these studies were adapted from existing models, and the top 3 frequently used items are layout, access, and store variety. These findings helped us develop this framework of more design features and public well-being metrics for meta-analysis. The findings of these articles were basically consistent with previous studies, while the inconsistency as no significant association demonstrated by these levels can be generally explained from 3 perspectives. First, the unequal influence of hedonic and utilitarian shopping values on shopping well-being. Second, variations in the importance of specific items among different populations or cultural contexts. Third, methodological differences in the study of sample characteristics. To conclude, current more design research is trending towards enhancing public well-being by addressing the association between more design features and the visiting experience. The new but less studied concept of shopping well-being, which emphasizes the societal benefits of more spaces, deserves further exploration. There is a strong association found between more design features and public well-being, with factors of functionality, convenience, leisure, and atmospherics playing the most vital roles. However, the research has underrepresented constructs like safety, accessibility, community well-being, and the impact of outdoor environments. Limitations of the current research suggest a need for more geographically diverse longitudinal studies and the exploration of emerging technologies in more design and research. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this presentation. And thank you to all the authors for your interesting presentation. So at the end of the middle end of this section, I would ask you all if you have any curiosities or questions about the presentations we have just seen. So, my co-chair, if you have some questions, you are free to ask some.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so actually I have a question for Ms. Abushakra, is that correct? For the research on the phenomenological approach?
Yes.
Yeah, so
yes,
yes, thank you. Thank you for your sharing. Your research and the excellent presentation show us a promising avenue for implementing this approach to create a sensory experience in architecture design. As you suggested, by using the 5 senses, we can manipulate the sensory perception of the visitors, and architects can create an abstract experience beyond the tangibility. So my question is whether this phenomenological approach is universally applicable in all architecture design, and does it have any limitations that make it inapplicable in certain situations? For example, for those who have sensory impairments or disorders, for these situations, what's your consideration?
Yes. I have two case studies. One of them, they was following the phenological aspect, which is it's located in the heritage and cultural area, which is like more than 100 years back. And I did like two analyses. One, it is like the personal analysis for myself, my observation to the site. And the second one, I was doing like the interview and asking the people. I asked them like a question regarding like the tourists there. Do they like feel the sense of the place? Do they recommend people or other people to visit the place? Do they remember, or do they have the mental image or mental memory during their journey in that heritage area? Do they remember all the journey or the places of the surrounding of the house? Like, do they think that this place reflects the heritage and cultural identity of this country of Bahrain? And like, do they think that this is a place like worth to visit it or to revisit it again? So most of the people there was like want to visit this place again, and they have like successful experience. And many of the tourists, they like told me, as I said, like they told me that we know everything in this area, maybe more than me, like I'm the local one who's living there. They know like every detail. That because maybe sure, for the material they use, the good or appropriate material, texture, the sound, the heritage of like even the food and the restaurant, coffee shop, they are like local and they selling like the traditional food and all these stuff like so you will feel like these senses, like it will evoke the 5 senses for the visitors.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, you are most welcome.
Okay, do you have other questions? I have one. I have a question for Ahmad Afara and his group, numerous group. I don't know if the authors are here, are connected.
Yes, I'm connected. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon. So I found this study of living space in connection with nature and plants very interesting. My question is just a curiosity. So don't you think that your research on the psychological comfort derived from biophilia could be expanded in measurement to have more complete results? For example, in addition to the use of the plants in a space, also from the relationship of the plants and the client himself with other characteristics of the space, such as the light, the sound, etc. It's just a curiosity for me.
Definitely, thank you for your question. Actually, it's very on point. The thing is, when we decided to start with this research, it's because we're living with that environment, especially because we're from the interior design department, and Dana and mainly Jalal are students who really started working on the research very well. They're senior students. Well, it's because they started feeling disconnected with nature, because mostly when they go to coffee shops, they would say we have artificial and we have natural plants as well. And it was very, very kind of trending, let's say, element that is going around the Middle East, actually. That we are not implanting the use of natural plants, but we're using only artificial plants. Then definitely this is because of so many like things that comes after cleaning and maintaining and so on. So what we focused on in particular is only planting as a biophilic element, and we consisted on saying this many times in the research. At the same time, we made sure that we incorporate the well standards, and we didn't go to any other measuring tools, because actually in biophilia we lack so much tools to have the measurements. So we tried our best to craft a tool, actually, depending on the well standards that we can use in specific for interior planting, whether it is for artificial or natural plants. So what we did was specifically the impact of these plants, natural or artificial. Why? Because actually, as well in the Hawk, it is surrounded with nature, and the people in there are very connected to nature. So just needed to reflect on answer and check whether they really have the artificial plants have the same impact or the natural plant have a different impact. So just to compare, we made sure to ask people, because we were definitely depending on the data collected, not to for their understanding, not for our scientific knowledge that we have.
Okay. Okay.
So,
thank you for this clarification.
Thank you.
So
hello.
I see.
Now I will share. There is a problem. I will share it now. 1 minute only.
Is there a problem? I don't understand.
I have a question. Hello.
Hello.
Any problem, doctor?
No, we don't have problem now. We are discussing after
Yes.
the. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you don't have other questions.
I have a question, please.
Okay.
Yes. It's about the study of the mall, the design features and public well-being at the shopping mall. Please, I would like to find out. Yes. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Okay. So please, I'd like to know, how did you construe well-being? I mean, how did you measure well-being? I know you mentioned a scale or a measure, but what items constitute that measure? And also, I'd like to know what design features affected what aspects of well-being. Then thirdly, I'd also like to know what leisure activities affected well-being, because I think you mentioned that leisure also affected well-being. So I also like to know what leisure activities affected that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for your questions. For the first one, how to measure the well-being? Actually, there is metrics for the well-being. There are 4 items for them. There are consumer well-being, leisure well-being, community well-being, as well as the one moment, please. Can I share the screen, because I have the metric for that?
I don't know if I have the power to. Okay. Now,
okay.
Now you are okay. Now you are the organizer, so you can share your screen.
Okay. So if I cannot share my screen, I will just like. Okay, so there are 4 well-being: consumer well-being, social well-being, leisure well-being, and community well-being. And there are specific items for them. There are like, for example, for consumer well-being, there are functionality, convenience, and safety items to measure it. And for social well-being, there are social opportunities and self-identification, which means the positioning of yourself, like how do you define yourself? And for leisure well-being, the measurements are leisure opportunities and atmospherics. And for community well-being, the primary measurement is accessibility, which means how do you connect with the surroundings, and how do you like provide adequate public spaces for the residents in the community. And your second question, you mean for what kind of activities that will affect the effect of this, right?
Yes. What specific leisure activities affected shopping well-being? Yes, well-being. Yeah.
Okay, so activities, I'll say there are also like very detailed activities. For example, for the functionality, it includes how do you for example, the diverse stores, space varieties and layout, which means how you can get to the different stores and how easy you can get to them. And for example, for the convenience, which means the like how far away the mall is from your home or your work, like how can you get to there and how can you like circulate conveniently in the mall and how can you get services when you need it. And for safety, you know, like safety design features like the lighting, the fire protection, the emergency exits, etc. And I hope this answers your question because of the time limitation, I cannot present these details in my PowerPoint. If you are interested, you are very welcome to reach out more with me and I can share you with more details. Thank you.
Yeah,
you can message with mails each other to exchange other informations. So we have to see the last three presentations, but we can stop some minutes and we can continue at 17:45 if you agree with the last three presentations. Okay,
Doctor, if you don't mind, since we have time, we can. I have questions for two of the presenters. One regarding the hawk, the biophilic issue for the natural and artificial. I want to ask. Did you take in the consideration the pre-perception of the participants regarding the artificial and the natural plants? I mean, when you are asking anyone, do you like the natural or you like the artificial? Immediately you like the natural things, for sure.
Thank you, Doctor, for your question. Actually, we did not approach with many questions to the participants. And overall, we just, while surveying, we just read the title of our research and we told them what we're doing. And we did not literally approach any of the participants. So we did not affect or an impact on their answers. We just let them know what they should do, the title, and we left it to them. So we didn't have any kind of impact on the participants of the survey. And we based our questionnaire upon their understanding, not within our understanding of, or if we scientifically know something that is better than the other, according to the research that the existing research studies or results that we have. So that's why we kept it very vague to us. And we've been very, very, very aware of them.
Yes, what I understand what you say. This is clear. You didn't mention this to them to don't let them to pay attention on that. But what I want to ask, what is your thinking? What is your opinion? Are they were aware, conscious about this, or not? I mean, the decision of feeling well. Is it directly related to their pre-conscious about the type of the plants or not? This is what I mean. If you know why I ask this, because if you are asking someone who is already in the artificial zone and compare him with the person who is already in the natural zone, for sure, the one who is in the natural zone will be more comfort.
Okay.
I want to know how much you are sure that the people were not aware or conscious about this issue when you were asking them. This is my question.
And thank you for your question. Well, to be honest, The Hook is not a big city, and mostly all of the people who visit these coffee shops are well known with other coffee shops, because we managed to have a specific let me call it social level of or social type of coffee shops and restaurants that we've been to. So their customers are almost the same, we can say. This is one of the considerations that we put, but at the same time, because these people are very connected as well to nature in there, so they live with nature. So The Hook in particular is very natural city. All people around would go and picnics and spend more time in nature. But recently, most of them are going into the interior places with coffee shops and restaurants. And we literally waited for their response and understanding if they really prefer to be, and they really like and have positive well-being or positive understanding or positive response to artificial plants or positive response to a natural plant. So what they had an artificial plant. One of the questionnaire was actually we had the same questionnaire between the natural and the artificial. So we didn't change these statements, but within the word with natural or artificial. So the people in there were let me say, they were aware to answer very specific questions according to the setting that they are in, to allow us to compare between these two spaces. So what they prefer as satisfaction level and well-being for their comfort, mainly.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much.
So we have to continue now with the last three presentations. So we have architect Manuel Picazzaca Solano with a presentation. The title is Technological Innovation in Earth Constructions, Prefabrication and 3D Printing. We don't have a link for this presentation, so I hope that the author is online. Manuel Picazzaca Solano, are you here? I try to find him in the participants, but I don't see his name. So we can go over and present the second presentation from Muhammad Rizki Siam, Rini Surriantini, and Paramita Atmodivirio. The title is Quasi-Material and Quasi-Things as Elements in the Making of an Atmosphere in Architecture. My co-chair has to give me the power to be an organizer.
You have the possibility.
I transmit my power to my co-chair in the past.
That's fine.
1 moment, please. How can I do that? Can I have the instructions?
There is a button near your name. You have to check my name and give me the...
With right click?
Yes, and then... So I click the 3 dots. Is it in the share screen or the advanced?
I can't share the screen because I'm not the organizer in this moment.
You go to his name, Doctor. Sorry.
Yes.
You go to name of
Oh,
Dr.
I see. Make host, right?
You will find 3 dots.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Now,
I got it. Thank you.
The power returned to me. Okay. So we can continue.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day to all of you. My name is Muhammad Iskisham. I'm a master's student of architecture at University of Indonesia. I'm here on behalf of other co-authors Dr. Rini Suryantini and Professor Dr. Paramita Atmodivirjo, PhD, to present the idea of quasi-material quasi-things as element in the making of atmosphere in the architecture. This study explores the existence of quasi-material and quasi-things in affecting human senses and forming the atmosphere. The topic raised the discourse of materiality, specifically about connecting the material with human beings through the characteristic and properties of the material. This could be achieved by finding a new form of materiality through things. The existence of things in the atmosphere become important because something that did not have a form, or in other words, amorphic or immateriality, could have specific characteristics that shape the atmosphere. It is argued that the existence of quasi-material and quasi-things is important, as both could shift focus from designing material form-based into the amorphic, immaterial-based design. As we can see from the picture, architecture is not just about the material, the form, or the furniture inside, but it also contains atmospheres, things specifically. The unique thing about them is they could appear inside of the space without being there. Just like in the picture, we can see multiple light spots decorating the floor as a result of the sunlight entering the hollow roofs. It gives an impression as they exist as already material, but they are not. This unique phenomenon is called transcendental. We can also see there are so many things shaping the atmospheres, like the reflection of light, the beam of light, and the dark brownish scenery, which according to Sada are called quasi-things. Quasi means the resemblance of the original things, just like the sound of rain. And 2019 also said that quasi-things from the atmosphere can be used to shape the interior by interacting with a certain medium. As we can see from the picture, the sunlight interacts with the hollowed roofs that project those spotting lights on the floor as quasi-things. Thus, the sunlight become quasi-material. This quasi-material and quasi-thing become important because they created a new focus of design thinking to make something material become immaterial, because everything that is projected inside the atmosphere will be amorphic. This immaterial characteristic of quasi-material and quasi-things will create a direct connection to human or users. This research will use a study case method, as this method will explain descriptively, to identify each quasi-material and quasi-things that play a role in the making of the atmosphere. This will help to explore each precedence of atmospheric architecture by observing the process of design thinking, goals, and method used by the architect to achieve the desired atmospheric space. This analysis process will identify a certain quasi-material that interacts with a certain media and the kind of quasi-things that are projected. The next step is aligning all of the similar quasi-material to unveil the hidden potential. This research will use 5 atmospheric architecture precedents to be analyzed. There are the result of the analysis, starting with the broader class spell by Peter Zumthor. He planned to generate a solemn mystical space that triggers the solemnness to pray and so on, which was achieved by utilizing 3 quasi-materials, sunlight, wind, and water, that interact with hollowed roofs, door gaps, and hollowed wall that project quasi-things such as spotting light, narrowing light, flowing wind, dripping water, and the sparking light. The second precedence, blur building by Dylan and Scofidio, intended to create a blurred environment to dim out human sense using white noises and mist in order to create an immersive environment. They are achieved by utilizing 4 quasi-material, the sunlight, seawater, mist itself, and artificial light. Produce specific quasi-things like water mist, the sound of nozzles, scenery, spreading light, diffuse light, and flowing mist. The Swiss sound box by Peter Zumthor planned to utilize sound in the atmosphere using wood stack structures. This was achieved by utilizing 4 quasi-material, just like sunlight, the sound of talking people, the sound of talking people in orchestras, wind, and rainwater, which interacted with wooden frames, wooden tubes, and steel roofs that projected quasi-things such as sparking lights, soothing wind, echoed sound, and the sound of rain. Pepsi Pavilion by EIT intended to create mind-altering realities that use immersive environment to create social interactions between the user and the virtual reflections. That achieved by using 3 quasi-materials such as water, light tower, and user reflections that project quasi-things such as water mist, light barrier, floating reflection, echoing sound, and emitting sound. The last precedence, Brunning House Atmosphere by Newhouse, only utilized 1 quasi-material, the sunlight. that interact with the polygonal pattern inflatable structure filled with gas and transparent seams to project quasi things like beam of light, the shower of light, luminous mains, and so on. As we can see from the overview, light as quasi material will project various quasi things depending on the media interacted. It also shows the different quasi things will give a different experience, such as spotting light will give a feeling of space, a light trick will give a state of hope, and a sparkling light will give a calming experience. Wind as quasi materials also project various quasi things depending on the media it interacts with. It also shows two types of wind as quasi thing. The visible one, such as fog and mist, will trigger the visual senses, and the invisible one, which could only be responded to through the skin and the hearing sense. Water as quasi material will project various quasi things depending on the media it interacts with. Quasi things that are projected by water will insert peace to the mind, just like the sound of flowing water also produces a continuous sound that brings serenity. Sound as quasi material also project various quasi things depending on the media it interacted with. Sound as quasi things can also be produced using advanced artificial intelligence. The existence of particular sounds in the atmosphere will decide the type of scenery of the atmosphere, because the sound will trigger a specific memory of image or fantasy. From the analysis results, it could be discussed that several quasi-materials like sun and wind will have a similar behavior when interacting with similar media. It also shows how different types of quasi-materials that projected several quasi-things could give the same experience, such as the rain that interacted with the hollow roofs, causing it to drip, will give the scenery to the cave interior. This phenomena also conclude three things. One, a particular quasi-material can produce numerous quasi-things through different kind of mediums. Two, some of the produced quasi-things can be reworked to be the new quasi-material and interact with the medium to create new quasi-things. This occurred when the quasi-things they are projected are being interacted directly with different mediums. Three, in same conditions, it requires several interactions from quasi-material and quasi-things to create specific atmospheres. The graphic can also be simplified to show the specific formula of how quasi-material and quasi-thing work in the making of the atmosphere in architecture. This formula implies that there are unlimited resources on how to create a desired architectural elements, such as walls, doors, windows, roofs, and others, but those architectural elements will be shaped due to the media being interacted by quasi-materials to produce specific quasi-things inside the atmosphere. By using this method, the whole architectural structure and the construction are only there to support the built atmosphere, meaning in the future, the form and facade of the architecture are the results of the built atmosphere. In the conclusions, this research finds quasi-material and quasi-things as important elements in the making of a good, sense-triggering atmosphere through the study case method by analyzing several atmospheric architecture's precedents to show how quasi-material and quasi-thing work in the making of particular atmospheres. This research also reveals that some of the quasi-things can be reworked as a quasi-material to be interacted with the medium and produce new quasi-things that gives different atmospheres and experience. The finding proves the role of quasi-material and quasi-things as the immaterial aspect give a direct connection between human and materiality by triggering their senses and revoking emotions. From these findings, we suggest future research that talks about the application of this method in architectural structures. Thank you for your attention. I hope this research will serve as an act of contribution to the development of architectural material discourse related to quasi-material and quasi-things as important elements in architecture. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for this presentation. And now we have the last presentation of the day from Dr. Amel Grab with the title Creating Polysemic Spaces, the Domotic Model.
Hello everyone, I am Amel Grab, professor in the Institute of Art and Craft in the University of Gabes, Tunisia, and I'm delighted to be here today to share my insight on how to create polysemic spaces, the demotic model. For the 6th International Conference of Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism, I represent Creating Polysemic Spaces, the Demotic Model. First, in our plan today, we have introduction, second, problematic, third, objectives, fourth, contribution to the design of innovative polysemic spaces, fifth, we have new species of spaces, topology and devices, and sixth, we have conclusion. Introduction. Polysemic designs in architecture and products promote inclusivity, adaptability, and sustainability. By accommodating multiple functions or user needs, these designs can be more accessible to a wider range of individuals or groups. They encourage creative problem solving, as users can interact with the space or product in innovative ways that suit their specific requirements. Additionally, by fostering adaptability and flexibility, polysemic designs can contribute to the longevity and sustainable use of architectural spaces and products, reducing waste and promoting resource efficiency. We strive to approach product design thoughtfully and embed inherent meanings in technological innovation by adhering to a concise design philosophy. This study represents a reflective endorsement that stems from the interactive devices experiences in developing responsible and ethical products. We have our first problematic: how to integrate technologically assisted products into polysemic spaces. Second, how to integrate ecology and sustainable development in home automation. For our objectives, we have our first objective: to understand how people interpret and use polysemic spaces in different contexts, to explore how polysemic spaces can be used to create new meanings and experiences, and last, to develop new ways of designing and using polysemic spaces that are more inclusive and accessible to people. Moving on to contribution to the design of innovative polysemic spaces. We have first, the design of space induces appropriate behaviors. Strategic interior design can engage and facilitate use, learning or working and co-working spaces, flexible spaces that promote interaction and entertainment, and last, we have a creative process that includes the contribution and needs of all stakeholders in the community. Next, we're going to talk about new species of spaces, topology and devices, an international panorama. We have green spaces, we have planted furniture given us biophilic design, digitalized, multi-screen space given us digital learning environments and virtual training spaces. We have war room, we have telepresence, immersive systems, and last we have metaverse. For our first example, we're going to talk about immersive learning experiences. VR technology can provide students with immersive learning experiences by simulating real-world scenarios and environments. For example, medical students can practice surgical procedures in a virtual operating room. Engineering students can explore virtual prototypes, and history students can virtually visit historical sites. These immersive experiences enhance student engagement, critical thinking, and practical skills development. For our second example, we have Solo Laundromat by Radhika Seth. The Solo is a unified laundry system for single people. Besides being compact and wall-mounted, the system cleans, irons, stains, and refreshes clothes using modern technologies. For the most part, it works on the waterless washing system using UV lights. For our third example, we have the Capsule Hotel Malaysia, a remote workspace with special ambient light in each capsule that helps guests to better concentrate in their work and comes with a dedicated part where you can plug your laptop. It also helps in keeping them calm and relaxed so that they can fall asleep better. This type of capsules is great for those that need to have a working space, as there is dedicated workspace here for you. Moving on to our next example, we have Kyure, also known as a sphere in Turkish, is a futuristic concept table designed in the shape of a flower for your family dining room. This full-fledged dining table accommodates 6 dining chairs, which can also be used for some other purpose. This table is shaped as a sphere enclosed, and once you open it, it can occupy any corner of the house. A light source is fitted in the center of the table, which offers a blue light to the base of the table. Curé is surely a space cushion more favorable for family dinners and aims to bring together the whole family. Moving on to live-in domes. People are able to live comfortably in friendly dome homes. These living domes are architecturally designed using patterns found in nature and are the best example for saving up space while providing the best living conditions. Dome illuminate with natural light to create closeness with nature in a comfortable and energy-efficient environment. They are safe in high winds, heavy snows, and earthquakes, making them a durable and unique housing alternative. Moving on to these special stairs for people with reduced mobility and are in wheelchairs. Going up and down stairs is never easy. Sometimes structures are adapted, but many still do not allow easy access. A ramp concept imagined by Chan Wan-ji could change the situation in the future. It often happens that places are inaccessible for people with reduced mobility because the steps do not allow it. The designer has therefore thought of an ingenious system to transform the steps of a staircase into an inclined ramp. This would allow the passage of a wheelchair. The materials used to build it would be mostly aluminum and stainless steel. Its surface would be anti-slip to guarantee maximum safety. And for our last example, we have innovative clock desk uses food waste to power your gadgets. A non-thermal technology include anaerobic digestion, biogas rich in methane, and fermentation production, ethanol, lactic acid, and hydrogen. There are various new and emerging technologies that are able to produce energy from waste and other fuels without direct combustion. Several of them have the potential to produce more electric power from the same amount of fuel than would be possible by direct combustion. To conclude it all, the central objective is to study the devices likely to contribute to the development of new home automation technologies, which are starting to become more widespread and efficient in terms of deployment and innovative implementation. They span different competing commercial ecosystems and create a significant advantage in terms of the basic conceptualization of smart technologies and a solid understanding of how they work and how they can be used. Thank you all so much for your attention.
Thank you for this presentation. And now we are at the end of our session. So I ask my co-chair if she has some questions or other people in the audience, maybe.
Thank you, Professor. Actually, I'm not pretty familiar with these technology terms, but I'm very interested in the last one, like the polysemic spaces, the domotic model. I'm wondering if you can like define, like give me a more like specific and precise definition of what is a polysemic spaces and how it work with the domotic model. Thank you if you can clarify that.
Yeah, I don't know if the author is here with us. Okay.
I'm very thankful for all the participants, first of all. So to answer your question, polysemic spaces are basically characterized by their openness to multiple interpretations and meanings. They can be physical spaces, such as public squares, where people from different backgrounds gather and engage in diverse activities. But they can also be virtual spaces, like online forums or social media platforms, where individuals, while vary in opinions and viewpoints, interact.
Yes, I didn't understand all of the discourse, but thank you for your answer. So anyone in the audience has some questions or curiosities? No?
Yes,
Okay.
I have one.
Okay, so
I would
you are
love
free to ask. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to ask our presenter on atmospheres this question. Recently, there was a review that happened, and the student worked on the area of architecture is the creation of atmospheres. And one of the reviewer, who is not just architecture bias, but from other disciplines related to design, came up to ask this question: how does our creation of atmosphere connect with the function of the space? For instance, from your presentation, it looks like you're using material as a medium. So if we're going to use material as a medium to create atmosphere, how does that connect with the function of that particular space? Yeah. I hope my question is clear. Do I need to expatiate more?
For the last author, I think is the question, is addressed the question to the last author.
I get the question. I think the question is specifically for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Excuse me.
The question is there is some architecture scientists saying that architecture researchers saying that area of architecture is the creation of atmosphere, and then the second question is how the process of how the quasi-material and connecting the media have to do with the function of the space. Is that correct?
Yeah, the second one. Yeah, if we are going to use, for instance, now you're using materials as a medium to create an atmosphere. In the creation of this atmosphere, what is the relationship that's going to exist between this atmosphere and the general function that space is going to perform? Yeah.
I think I'm more interested with the second question, if I may. So I will answer with the second question first.
Go ahead with that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, bro. So in this project, in this research, this is my my master thesis research, by the way. So in this particular architecture, I'm trying to create a different and a more advanced architecture where the architecture is focused on the relationship between atmosphere and the humans. So we are not talking anything about shapes, about form, or about the functions of the space, because the space formed in the architecture is an architectural space. I'm sorry, it's the atmospherical space. So in my architecture, I'm using the quasi things and the quasi material to create the atmosphere in architecture. And one of the many ways to do that is by doing the research of the Sadar, I think. His name is John Sadar. So he's indulging some research using quasi things and connecting to the media to results in atmosphere. By example, if we put some plastic material and hanging it on the top, and then when the wind as the quasi material crash into the plastic material, it will produce or it will project some quasi things sound, and the quasi things sound, that's the one that will form or make the atmospherical space. So in my architecture, it has nothing to do with the functions, but the specific functions of the atmospherical space is for you to feel the atmosphere of the space. So it's not like a functional, like there's a chair to see, there's a table for you to put something. I'm not talking about furniture or a specific function. in my architecture in the space. So I'm talking specifically about atmospherical space. I like to, in the beginning of my presentation, I'd share to you a picture when I give you a blank room, just a room with no furniture in it, with no everything in it, just a simple room with some dots, with some, you know, a plot of many spots of light. And imagine that room is an architecture, and imagine that all of the wall that's surrounding it is gone, and it's replaced all by the atmosphere. That is the atmosphere I want to achieve in this research. So how that we connect the quasi-thing, the atmosphere, directly with the human is by triggering their emotions. How to trigger their emotions is by using the atmospheres. That is why you cannot find any relation to the function in my atmosphere. Yeah, in my architecture, I'm sorry. And to the second to the first question, area of architecture is the degradation of atmosphere. This is exactly the antithesis of my thesis. So this is also the first time I'm hearing this saying. Area of architecture is the degradation of atmosphere. It is for me, and in my opinion, it sounds impossible, because atmosphere, whether it's accidentally created or it's purposely created, there is almost everything in our architecture. There is always be an atmosphere, whether you purposely created or not. Like when we are still a child, we have atmosphere in our own room. We still when we take a picnic or go outside, it will create another atmosphere. Everything in architecture is about atmosphere. So the degradation of atmosphere is likely unimaginable in my opinion. There is impossible to make architecture without creating an atmosphere, accidentally or purposely. That is my answer. I hope that's helped. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your answer and for your beautiful exercise about new type of the concept of architecture. It's very interesting in this way. So anyone in the audience has other questions about these last 3 presentations? No? Okay, so with this last reflection about space, because in the architecture is always about space and the conception of space, we can close our first day of the conference. We are 15 minutes early, but it's okay for today. So if you agree, we can see you tomorrow in the second day of the conference. So thank you all the participants, all the authors for your interesting presentation. I hope that the dialogue born in that occasion can become a future collaboration for all of us. So thank you all, and see you tomorrow in the second day of the conference.
Thank you very much,
Bye-bye.
Doctor. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.